opioid makers how to sell more prescription painkillers as the nation grappled with an overdose crisis. Last month, McKinsey & Company reached a nearly $600 million settlement with 47 states. America's listening to Fox News.
Hafide, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. The largest selection of your seafood savories are back at KFC this Lent season. Popcorn shrimp, the wasabi fish sandwich, shrimp and crab Kellogg's wrap, and my personal favorite, KFC shrimp burger. Or treat the family with my breaded shrimp, fish fillets, and the seafood twister. The Colonel's famous original recipe, extra crispy and grilled chicken, are always available too. KFC, your place for Lent. It's finger-licking good.
Republicans in the House are warning Democrats not to challenge the state-certified results of a disputed House election in Iowa. Republican Marionette Miller Meeks defeated Democrat Rita Hart by only 6 votes. Hart claims that 22 ballots were improperly excluded, and she's petitioned the House to intervene.
It is not clear Democrats have the votes to do it. Minnesota Democrat Congressman Dean Phillips tweeting today, losing a House election by 6 votes is painful for Democrats, but overturning it in the House would be even more painful for America. Just because a majority can does not mean a majority should. Congress has looked at 110 contested races over the past 90 years. The House Administration Committee notes only 3 have resulted in the declared winner being ousted and replaced.
Fox's Mike Emanuel. Frightening moments in Massachusetts for a woman who says she was trapped in a car after ordering a ride.
Boston police say Kamal Esalak laughed as the woman who had used the ride-hailing service screamed and banged on the car's windows after he locked her inside. The woman says he was acting strangely when she got into the vehicle and asked to be dropped off and let out. Police say he stopped the car, but when she tried to get out, she was trapped because the child's safety locks had been enabled on both rear doors. That's when Esalak tried to climb into the back seat. The woman was able to get around him and climb into the front, getting out the driver's side door. Esalak was arrested on Saturday. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Foreign fans have already been banned from the Summer Games in Tokyo, and now Olympic organizers say volunteers from abroad won't be allowed into Japan either because of COVID-19 concerns. The first big test for the Olympics begins Thursday with the torch relay that involves 10,000 runners. The Games are set to open on July 23rd. I'm Pam Puso, and this is Fox News.
Sunday brunch at Mezcla Bistro in Hagåtña is back.
Come and enjoy Mezcla's true taste of Guam.
At only $28.95, enjoy your Sunday with your friends and family with their free-flowing house mimosa or house draft beer. Open for 2 seatings at 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m.
Let Mezcla serve up your favorite local foods. Call them at 479-2652
or 479-2653 to book a reservation. Limited seating available.
Mezcla reminds everyone to be safe and stay sanitized. Sunday brunch at Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Experience fast and friendly prepaid services with My Prepaid from GTA. You've got a busy lifestyle, and with your need to connect with your world, GTA's made staying connected easier. GTA's upgraded prepaid features now give you the ability to reload your prepaid phone, boost your data, or track your usage on the new My Prepaid portal. All this right from your own phone. If you're looking for a better prepaid experience, now is the best time to make the switch to My Prepaid from GTA. GTA, we start with you.
Hafide, this is Congressman Nicholas. If you are a small business, you may be interested in a federal program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This program can provide federal funds to match equity investments into your company or help you get lower interest rates at local banks. To find out more on how this program can help your small business, please contact your Guam Congressional Office at 475-6453 or at michael.sannicolas@mail.house.gov.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Half a day, it is 6:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Route 8 in Barragata is completely shut down this morning near SK Laundromat and Subway, while police and medics respond to a serious car crash that was reported in the area this morning. GPD spokesman Sergeant Paul Tapau says Highway Patrol Division officers were activated relative to the crash along Purple Heart Memorial Highway. Details still not available as far as injuries, but all east and westbound lanes are closed, and motorists will be asked to seek alternate routes and to expect delays while that investigation takes place. The new COVID variant, or California variant, as health officials refer to it, is on Guam and likely has been since January. But the state surgeon, Dr. Mike Cruz, says it's a good sign that it's not spread vastly in the community as there remains a low infection rate. The variant was feared as it's believed to be more transmissible. It was finally confirmed by the Centers for Disease Control from samples that were sent in February. A total of 49 samples were sent from Guam, and 7 samples came back positive for the variant. 4 came from individuals with no known recent travel history. The rest were travelers in quarantine. There were 4 new cases of COVID-19 confirmed out of 585 tests that were performed on Sunday, as well as tests from additional labs taken on Friday through Sunday. 1 case reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. To date, there have been 7,784 officially reported cases. 27 remain in active isolation with 1 person in the hospital. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee has expanded the eligibility for COVID vaccine, and effective immediately, those who are 16 and older may get their shot. Minors may only receive the Pfizer vaccine, as Moderna and Johnson are not recommended for individuals who are below the age of 18. Minors will have to be accompanied by their parent or legal guardian. The parent will also have to sign a consent form on behalf of the minor. The committee also received updates on Guam's April COVID-19 vaccine allocation, and Guam is expected to receive about 18,000 more Pfizer doses, another 12,000 of Moderna, and another 200 of the Johnson & Johnson doses. Also, the COVID-19 vaccination clinics will resume this morning at the University of Guam Fieldhouse, and that will run through Saturday. All eligible age groups, again from 16 and up, should make their appointments on Eventbrite. There are some walk-in availabilities per hour, 15 only. The UOG clinics will be open from 11 a.m. until 5:30. There are also a couple of village vaccinations scheduled for this week. Jotnya and Barragata. Jotnya is scheduled for today at the gym. Barragata will take place on Friday. There will also be some community testing available at the Teeds and Carnival grounds. And for food distribution, there is one today in Inarahan, 500 packs of food available at the community center. And then on Thursday, there will be another food distribution taking place in Barragata at the Teeds and Carnival grounds. We'll have more news right after this.
The vaccine is officially here, and we aren't just talking about the COVID vaccine, but a financial vaccine at Bank Pacific. We may not be doctors, but we can help you with your financial health. Whether to take advantage of today's crazy low rates, or just a local bank that has your back. At Bank Pacific, we want to help make 2021 your best year yet. Because for 66 years, where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Guam Department of Labor says they're continuing to accept claims for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, but those who exhausted their 50th week of claims on March 13th don't file just yet. Labor Director Dave De La Sola telling the Guam Daily Post, testing is ongoing for those claimants, and the system testing will help ensure a smoother process for those who maximize their benefits under the Tiers 1 and 2 PUA. According to the Post, March 13th was supposed to be the last date for the federal unemployment aid coverage. However, the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan includes another 6 months extension for the PUA program. And the Small Business Administration, they'll be offering a grant assistance to businesses that were closed during the pandemic. And beginning in April, they'll start accepting applications for the Shuttered Venue Operators Grant. That program is intended to provide a much-needed lifeline for these venues, which include museums, movie theaters, and many more affected businesses. The SBA this week will hold a national informational webinar for individuals to get more information. And if you're behind in your water bills or utility payments, the CCU is advising that you do what you can to enter into a payment plan with either utility agency. Both utility agencies will be recommended to go ahead with their disconnection schedule. However, no firm date has been given yet. The CCU is expected to discuss that further when they meet tonight. And just a reminder, all of Route 8 in front of the SK Laundromat all the way to Subway is closed, both the east and westbound lanes, while police and medics respond to a serious car crash that occurred about 5-something this morning. All motorists will be rerouted and expect some delays if you are headed in that area. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
That's a rough spot. That's not too far away from the only good entrance to Teedzon. So people that need to get into Teedzon on that side of where the football fields are, you're going to have a really rough time unless they've got accommodations. Early. Yeah, hit the road early if you can. Go through the village if you know the area, and if you do know the area, then do me a favor, slow down in all the usual spots, including the artificial and man-made / man-made. What? No, there's no near Mana's place. I'm not going to tell you exactly where Mana lives, but near Mana's place, there's a divot in the road, and it's like in the middle of the road. And somebody's, it's like we'll get around to fixing this eventually. In the meantime, here's a cone.
Somebody put a cone in the hole.
Is that on the Totu side or is that on the Barragata side?
What's Barragata side? Mm-hmm. But it's a common area because that's where the water leak takes place. So every time they fix the road, it just kind of finds its way back open.
It is the low point of the low point.
I have to say this, the mayor is out there all the time filling that hole and packing it, but as soon as the rain comes, that whatever he put in there just comes right out. So
it's the fixes aren't working. It's like lifetime employment. What are you doing? I got to go fix that damn hole again. 6:13 in the morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. What are we looking for? Weather mostly sunny. Maybe on some light showers later. East winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. Expected highs today should be about 87 degrees with the heat index. It'll feel like 92 degrees, and you will curse yourself for not fixing the roof a couple of weeks back when it was nice and it wasn't boiling hot. You could get up on the roof and do a little bit of pressure washing and maybe even some elastomeric paint. Maybe you could lay some of that stuff down. You want to do that today? You'll burn to a crisp if you try it. Tonight, partly cloudy with maybe on some light showers. Winds east 10 to 15 miles an hour. Expected overnight low should be about 76 degrees. Weather for tomorrow, trash day, partly cloudy, isolated showers, east winds. It looks like a nice week for grill marks. Looks like a nice week for outdoor activities. Sunrise this morning at 6:23, 9 minutes from now. Sunset tonight will be at 6:32. Hashtag tell the others. 6:15, that's news and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 66 years.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality. All at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Tumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5. I've got a craving. It was fairly late last night. I was too lazy to get in the car and go up to KFC and get me some popcorn chicken. So I just had popcorn. It was Orville Redenbacher as the microwave one, but it was a far distant cry from what I knew would be the great flavor of popcorn chicken. So I'm gonna do myself that favor today, and no matter how lazy I get, I am gonna get in the car and run up to the nearest KFC, about a mile from my house, and get some popcorn. See, this always happens when I start talking about it. The toilet. It's all. I cannot hide this from you. I am incapable of hiding the fact that talking about KFC food makes my mouth water. They got a seafood salad there and seafood twisters, shrimp and crab Kellywood, all your favorite flavors, all mixed up in the same bowl. Shrimp burgers, and you've got to try the wasabi fish sandwich. Yeah, it will change your life. 6:16 in the morning. Swing by the nearest KFC. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by our friends over at APL, American President Lines. You know, that's where KFC gets the food from. No, the guys in the APL, because there's nothing else to do, right? So they get the fishing rods in a pole.
So you get those long voyages. They got fishing rods and some nets out there, and they get all of the stuff, drop it by the colonels, and that's how we get popcorn, shrimp, etc. I totally made that up. 616 portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Dude, that was tight.
Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Can you see by the dawn's early lights? We'll be up here in just a little bit. I'm watching the light in the back window starting to come up, so I guess that means we're into it here. It's Tuesday morning. Welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As usual, thrilled to be here with you on a Monday morning. Tuesday morning, which comes to us after a Monday afternoon where there was a flurry. It was a dust-up of all kinds of new and fascinating COVID-19 equipment information. Did you know that there were variants here on Guam, Real Joe?
Yeah, many different races of
all
variants.
Kinds of different. We get the California variant here. We get the
Yeah, dude.
Do we get gnarly? The gnarly variant.
Dude, it's totally stoked, man. It's Californian.
But we didn't apparently get the British one. I'm waiting for the accent. Come on.
Hello. Hello, Nancy boy.
How about the South African variant? Do we get a South African variant?
I'm a warrior.
No. What's that?
I'm sorry. I'm from Zamunda. It is I, the Prince of Zamunda.
All right. But the theme for today's program is forget the California variant. The real dangerous one is the Adeloop variant. That's the one here, ladies and gentlemen. You got to watch out for that. But I didn't even know they were having a press conference. I was flipping
that's
through
because we're too distracted by the noise that's happening over at the legislature with the Republicans.
Oh, this is also true.
I completely forgot that we were having a pandemic.
There was COVID, right?
Yeah, because all of the craziness that's happening in my party.
So
it's happening.
We've got.
It's very un-Republican to be making such a public stink.
You're right. You know what?
This is
Democrat stuff, street fighting out, in front of everybody.
Get yourself together, people.
But they're trying to. I don't know who did this. I think it came out of Tello's office. But you can't play the audio on this because it has a copywritten song. Those of you that have kids from a few years ago might remember a song called "What Does the Fox Say?" and so they've got a jib jab out now. There it is. There's a jib jab featuring all of the members, not all of the members, all the cool members, because they kicked Jimmy out, all the cool members of the remaining Republican minority over at the legislature, and everybody all dressed up. There's Tony. Hi, Tony Anna. Hi, hello.
Viva. Oh, is that Frank Bloss Jr.?
Might have been. Chris Duenas is wearing the mouse outfit, and others. And then they get into this cool little dancing that they're going to do in just a second. What does the fox say?
Ding, 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 ding.
This is absolutely brilliant. Somebody took the time to put together a jib jab, and it's hilarious. If you can't find it and want to hear it with the audio version, then get a hold of me. Now there was another picture.
But meanwhile, while that is happening, there was a pandemic?
We had a pandemic,
really?
Yeah. 134 people died. Shut down all the bars and the restaurants and the movie theaters.
Wow.
And there hasn't been a 5K. So this is
I guess we're taking care of serious business over.
So somebody made
our
it.
people's
How much
house.
you want to bet the jib jab? How much you want to bet that came from Adeloop somewhere? Somebody at Adeloop got nothing else to do, right? And
we could trace that.
Dude, let's make a jib jab. Who's going to be the fox? Tello can be the fox. Okay, gotcha. Anyway, so 6:21 in the morning. Welcome to the program. As I said, excuse the mess. Ray Gibson over here. Real Joe, what are you doing around here, buddy?
I'm high-powered. I'm well carved up.
You were the man. Yeah. What did I have last night? I had curry last night.
Oh, wow. Japanese curry, Indian curry, Thai curry.
The one that comes in a box?
Okay.
That one?
Yes.
And it's always baffling because half the instructions are in English and they give everything to you in metrics.
Oh,
so it's
yeah.
like 540 milliliters of water. I don't even
Korean, man.
but it's so good. And so I had that with some beef Kelligwin.
Oh.
Not beef for Kelligwin. When you buy it at Payless, they market it that way, right? Beef for Kelligwin. And some onions and garlic in the curry. Put some of that on. And I've got my hands on some Japanese rice. Not Calrose rice. Japanese.
Oh, this is imported.
Yeah. This is the good. You have to rinse it 4 times. It's that good. Anyway, so
Who rinses rice?
Sushi chefs.
Oh, here comes there's the debate.
I only rinse it when there are people around.
there you go.
Yeah, vitamins.
Now, when there are people around, how many times do you rinse it?
Until it's clear.
Until the water
I
runs.
need to make a show of it.
Exactly. But otherwise,
to make up for all the other times that I don't.
But
rinse
isn't there a thing about Calrose rice when if you don't rinse it turns yellow faster?
I don't.
Is my
I don't
experience.
eat Calrose. I eat the jasmine Thai rice.
That's
fancy.
that stuff is.
So I don't want to rinse the aroma away.
You shouldn't. Those are individually polished.
Yes.
They're absolutely gorgeous. 622-988-5874 is the meme machine. That's 988-5874, and that's why I got the gizmo here with what does the fox say with Tello, et cetera. But you might also notice, you might be able to see just a hair of this guy. Mana saw the picture earlier and said, "Who's that guy?"
That looks like Lucia's husband.
And that's Lucia's husband, Brad.
Oh,
now, you
it
might
is.
think like,
That's what I thought.
well, it's just a handsome Brad smiling.
Is that a slipper?
It's a slipper, but it's a special kind of slipper.
That's a flip flop.
Do you see it? It is a slipper that has in it. It's got a what do you call it? A bottle opener.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
like Mission Impossible stuff.
Yeah, that's where I want to put the top of my bottle.
That's
right there.
He made the offer. He made the offer to Beach the other day.
Oh, wow.
I got a bottle opener.
Yeah.
That is like
Keep it.
James Bond stuff.
It is. He's got a telephone in the other Zori. 6:23 in the morning. Monica Silvatara get the news and the headlines all morning long. She's either going to keep me on the straight and narrow or she's going to egg me on. And there are many things in today's table of contents for which we may be egged on. As I said, started off yesterday about 1, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm flipping through the phone. And I saw this notice that the Daily Post was online from Adelume. I'm like, wow. Are we going to PCOR 4? Is it going to be good news? Can we PCOR 4? Can I finally have a 5K so I can go run my COVID-19 weight off? For heaven's sake, I'm doing all kinds of other exercises. Everybody says, well, you can run. Get virtual races. Shut up with the virtual race nonsense. I want to go back to running. I want to go back to running down little kids and beating them, right?
There you go.
Just
take their medals.
2Ks, man. 2Ks, that's my thing. I can run a mile in 6 minutes. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. So the news comes out. Yes, there is a California variant, and like Dr. Mike Cruz said the other day, he was kind of hoping that we would have variants around here because have you seen where our numbers are? 0.1 on the Cabrera score today, and I don't think there's anybody in the hospital. It's like one person, right?
Just one.
One person at Guam Memorial Hospital. Not hearing anything about anybody else. We did 1,000 or some odd tests over the weekend, and nobody came with. I think there's another 3 or 4 positive cases from the most recent ones. So if that's the variant, if that's the big badass mean variant, I think we got this, Guam. I think we got this. So that's the good news. Now, the other piece of news that's interesting is the VAPPV, the Vaccination Protocol Planning Committee, whatever, steering group, couldn't come up with an easy name. No. So they've decided now that, and it's effective immediately, isn't it? That 16-year-olds and above are now eligible to go and do the Liberate Guam 2021 thing, and go and get their jabs along with the other 40 pluses. And well, the good news here is that Mana is finally eligible. Now that it's 16 plus,
yes,
you're finally able to go in there and get out there and get your jabs. But the interesting thing for me, there was, and it hit me in a couple of different ways yesterday. One of them was, hey, my daughter can get vaccinated. And the other one was, hey, my daughter can get vaccinated. Wait a second. I haven't really talked to her. I'm going to spend some time with her today specifically on the vaccine to find out, it is, in my mind, there's no rush, sweetheart, to go and get yourself vaccinated. Now, there was that. Speaking of father-daughter conversations that we need to have, because I don't, I'm with a bunch of other people on, at least in this way, where there's a rush to get vaccinated, there was a rush to create the vaccines, rush to get them out to everybody, and I can just hear the ads in my head already. And 10 years from now, they'll play in between all of the great network commercials that say, if you took any one of these COVID-19 vaccinations in 2021, you might be eligible to participate in our class action suit. Take your third hand and send us a message or whatever your particular mutation is going to end up being, and send us pictures, and we'll be happy to include you in the class action. I can hear that in my head already, and so I'm trying to we'll explain to her, sweetheart, there's no rush. You're not traveling, not going anywhere. You don't need it to get into school. Your cool friends will still want to hang out with you because you invented bucket hats. It's a little known fact. She did, but there's the other part of it is how much of this is she going to absolutely positively need? She's not super spreader. She's fairly healthy. She doesn't get sick too often. So I don't know if I want her rushing into all of that. Now the other dad drama I got was late last night. And I was telling Mana this. I did as every father has done since the beginning of time. When my daughter wanted to learn how to do a couple of things, she just she's the dad. Film me doing this. Like when she was tumbling, she'd have me film her tumbling. And when she was about, 3 or 4, she was really like hooked on Jesus songs. So I've got her singing a couple of Jesus songs. You know where they are?
Where?
They're on YouTube.
No way.
They're on YouTube. Yeah. You know who's finding them?
Who?
Her friends.
Oh, and she doesn't like that.
Because she's 16 now.
Yeah.
She's 16 now. Daddy's got
How
pictures
dare
of me.
you, Dad?
Exactly.
Do something about
You
that.
have to make them private before the day is over. Dad, you have to make those things private for me. And I'm just sitting around, tail between my legs going, yes, dear. Yes, dear. 6:28 in the morning. All right. So top 10 on this COVID-19 Tuesday morning. Let's start with these guys.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. They're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You wanna be where everybody knows your name. You wanna go where people know people are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Hi, James Howard, and he would know. James Howard setting up the meme machine. I'm just going to put this up on the screen so everybody can see it. 6:29 in the morning. Top 10. Looks like Rico B comes in at number 1 today. Big one. The mom of the program, and I don't know how she does it. Pam Duvall, number 2 this morning, but by the time Pam Duvall had signed up, she'd already shared the program 3 or 4 times, right? She's already hit the share button in 2 or 3 different groups that she's a part of. Thank you so much, Pam. Love you. Carl, former governor, Carl T.C. Gutierrez, number 3.
Just bring it back.
Bring back the sunshine.
I'll bet the
Bring
sunshine.
it back.
I'll bet he wasn't even trying. I bet he just kind of one of those things. Raise on, click. Already number 3, top 10. not like everybody else that fights for the honor, like James Howard, J.P. St. Nicholas online here this morning. I got Mark Cruz doing his wave thing, and J.B. St. Nicholas. Renee Lau from next door over at accounting is joining us this morning, and that's awesome. Renee, could you do me a favor? Because I know you've got access to the information. This guy's 2-hole punch times 2, right? But could you do me a favor, Renee, and get me a recent COVID-19 pin map for Manila? Somebody sent me one yesterday, and we were talking about how COVID scores on Guam, the CAR score, everything looks fairly low, et cetera. But where did you say is going through another wave here? Germany?
I can't remember if it was Germany or Belgium. I saw it on the...
It was someplace in Europe. And
Yeah.
of course, Mana puts that down to dirty, stinky casino Europeans. And that's why they're spreading out there. But if things don't look all that much better in Manila. So, and somebody sent me a map yesterday, and I said, I'll put that up on the screen. And I can't find it in the WhatsApp, so I thought I'd Google it. And as it turns out, as you might imagine, there are 100 million maps of Manila with varying degrees of little red dots in there, bleeding red dots that would indicate somebody that has got COVID-19. Because I'm kind of curious as to, really what's going on out there in that part of the world. Felix Bumba is online, and the original Burger King, Rudy Rodolfo, hanging out with us all morning long. Awesome to have you online and playing around with us. Now, anybody else in the mix that I need to talk about? There is. Scroll up. Henry Manglotnya is online. Sarah O. Lake with the Magandang Umaga. B-Man, Dennis Larson. Really the B-Man. Did you see this yesterday? I hope you follow each other around. Dennis Larson was apparently able to get some time with Tattoo Shana.
Oh, no, I didn't know.
Got a new B tattoo.
Wow.
It's awesome.
Is it you?
Is it? It's not
That's
me.
not a picture of you.
Well, could it be?
Come on, man.
Smug Wimp is online saying, Buenos and half a day, everyone. Ken Brown wants to know who let the variant out. What's the good California one? Oh, my God. Like, totally gagged me with a spoon. That's what Nick says. Colin Clark says, Joe is empowered. Absolutely. Post Canteen said, I paid for that starch. I'm getting all of it. Absolutely, buddy. Pam Duvall says, bottle opener. You're absolutely right. Hoik Bill Cruz is online. Lonnie Salas. Good morning, awesome people, and God bless. How come I can't right-click? What
You're
power,
blocked, dude.
What power, Lonnie, do you have that we cannot right-click on your picture there? What's that? Colin Clark says, you're right. I'm making an investment. Very good. Lady D is online. Heard there's a vaccine out that's 100%. Yeah, it's beer, as it turns out. It's Rogue Honey Kolsch beer, and everybody should have some of that at all times. Ismail says, if you took the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine and died, you may be eligible to participate in a class action lawsuit. It's exactly what I hear in my head, Ismail, isn't it? So everybody's kind of rush into this and, the path to half and all of this other stuff, but you just go... Man, there's a lot of, I don't know, questions. What was it? What was the thing in the newspaper yesterday? There was an article that said side effects are proof that the vaccine is working.
Oh, yeah. You got to feel crappy.
Yeah, you got to feel crappy. You got to grow a third appendage, one way or the other. Be, interesting.
Explosive diarrhea.
Hey, there's, you remember when they came out with, there was a potato chip? Yeah. There was a potato chip. They made it years ago. And they were using a different kind of oil. And they said it was like super, super healthy oil. But there were some side effects, including what Real Joe was talking about. I don't even want to say that. But and I thought, I like potato chips. I'll be fat. I'll just go ahead and be fat. You don't gain all that much weight from eating potato chips either. Let me see what Colin says. I'll be able to retire with that lawsuit. I absolutely believe you're right. Gus Castro, Zus Angus. My doctor friends up in SLC, Utah, told me to hold off on the experimental variant shot. Yeah, just wait as long as you can. I mean, like right up until you're supposed to get on the airplane. Might be when you get the vaccine. Maybe that's the deal. Not as soon as you're eligible, but until you absolutely positively need it. Randy Landis, 20,000 medical personnel in the UK have decided not to get vaccinated. That's testimonial enough for me. Buena says Trina San Augustine, Sabine Chargaloff doing the countdown. 6 days till retirement/birthday. 3 of them are work days. Dude, you hardly need to go in now, don't you? What? What do you come in late?
Why would you, man?
I'd stroll in about noon.
Yeah.
No. 1:30.
There you go.
I'd stroll in.
That's OG right there, man.
Why weren't you here this morning? So I'm retiring day after tomorrow. Yeah.
Come and get me.
What are you gonna do? Fire me? Huh? That's right. I say, what was it? Lord test me. Lord test me. If I won the lottery, Ray, if you won the lottery, would you quit working? Not right away. Not at first. I'd stick around and enjoy it. Lynn McAfee's online here this morning. There's Wen Roy. Jay Rojas finally showing his face.
Happy birthday, Jay.
Yes. Sarah Lake says you can't sue those companies because they are protected since they are, quote, in an experimental phase. 635, 633. Noticing here, Pam Duvall says 633. Ray said beer. But I used it in a medicinal capacity. It's not like I went out last night and I got hammered by drinking too much beer. I said beer has medicinal qualities that for me at least has managed to keep COVID-19 at bay. There's Gregory Kaiser saying, howdy, Gregory, you need a profile picture, bud. Beer is a self-test COVID test home kit. Yeah, I think I read that the other day. 888-825-5888-TA, okay? That's a telephone number around here. Huge crowd from all the sharing. There is a share button on whatever it is that you're watching or listening on. Do me a favor and hit that and let everybody know that this is where you've decided to come and get your early morning entertainment, early morning information, as we said, this for most people, this is going to have an impact. If you are a Route 8 person, hey, neighbor, just saying, we're Route 8 people now. We're getting the lay of the land. We now know, if northbound, stay in the inside lane, because everything is dogging out. I get a note from somebody on Facebook yesterday, and it was like breaking news. There's parking at Payless. It was like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right? There's parking at Payless. I almost got put on my outside shorts to go and go check it out. I don't even need to buy anything. It's just, wow, there's a parking space. If you notice I got to check. They're not using the you know, that one parking space that you kind of avoided because, that's for pickup.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're not doing that anymore.
Use that one.
Go ahead, just use that. 6:36 in the morning. All right, what do I do the table of contents now? No, I'll tell you what. Let's headlines. Mono will give me a primer into the table of contents. We'll talk about some of the other stuff that came out of Adeloop yesterday and our thoughts on that as the program continues. Mono Silva Tyrant, what happened?
Well, it's still traffic on Route 8, not moving very much near the SK Laundromat. GPD's Highway Patrol, as we told you earlier, they were activated early this morning to a crash that took place over in front of the laundromat. It's affected traffic both east and westbound. They are saying that all lanes are closed while Highway Patrol investigates that crash. The details regarding the injuries, though, still not available. Motorists are asked if you're headed in that area, take an alternate route or expect some serious delays. The new COVID variant is on Guam. It's the California variant, but it's likely been here since January. It's a good sign, though, that hasn't spread because of our low infection rates over the last several months. And 4 new cases of COVID-19 identified out of 585 tests performed. 27 cases remain in active isolation and 1 person in the hospital. Today's CAR score is at 0.1. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee has expanded the eligibility for the COVID vaccine, and now 16-year-olds and older may get their shot. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Gotcha. Hey. Hello. 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. 6:38 in the morning. Yeah, there's news and headlines. We'll disassemble, deconstruct some of that in just a little bit. On screen right now, we'd normally do the traffic report after a couple of breaks, but this is the area that Mane is talking about. We've got some traffic that is moving. Difficulty here to determine, because it looks like it's north and southbound, and it just stops right there around H&R Block. And that might actually be what is happening, but I'm not seeing the traffic slowing down. What I think is it might be happening is they might be turning people around, because it looks like it's going in that direction, just stopped right in front of H&R Block. So watch out for that area, as Mona says. We'll take a look at the rest of the island's traffic, probably on the other side of these.
Mezcla Bistro welcomes you this Lenten season with some of your favorite seafood specials, house-made especially for you. Try our fisherman's platter, fish tacos, grilled local catch salad, spicy garlic butter shrimp, candied salmon, and even our creamy lobster padka prao pasta. Don't forget to ask about our Lau Lau Sa Island seafood purse. You will not want to miss this limited-time seafood special, open from Monday through Saturday for lunch and dinner in Agana. Call 479-2652 for reservations. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro, a true taste of Guam.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Now, you might be going, well, that's nice. Gee, I wish I had a car that I could get insured over at Nanbo. You know what? Lucky you. Lucky you. There's a big deal going on over at Nissan these days. It's the Nissan Plus sales event. And what they've done is they've taken all the great deals and stacked them all together. So one-stop shopping on your favorite new automobiles. The Altima Murano, the 370Z. How about $8,000 off that 370? You starting to feel better right now? Yeah, that's like stimulus and then some, because you get to save all that money. Really, really easy and inexpensive loans. 1% APR on your good credit. 2021 in terms of the year, and 2021 in terms of cash back. Now they've got the Nissan Rogue, and they've given me some things they wanted me to tell you about. Consumer Guide's Best Buy. Fiercely reimagined and redesigned from the ground up. Not just any ordinary automobile. Find the Nissan Rogue waiting for you. Get a test drive with Chris Leonin and Carlo Guanlao and Jenna Lynn Galt when you swing by Nissan for their sales event.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his smile team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his smile team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his smile team.
They make smiles happen.
Maybe they should change that one day. Has meth taken away your teeth? Swing by Dr. Yang's.
Yeah.
Because because they came to me for ideas on how to write that script, and I said, attention, people with teeth. And then it occurred to me there might be a whole population of people around here got no teeth, smell like cat pee all the time. Oh, maybe they don't want those customers over at Yang's. Okay, I get it. 6:41 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. Is there traffic? As we said, Route 8 over by the SK Laundromat. Watch out for that. Traffic getting up into Anderson Air Force Base a little bit slower than normal, but you'll make it. Also starting to see traffic building up just a little bit over at Big Navy in Sumai. In between, there are a few spots getting into the downtown Day-to-Do area, intersection of 1 and 3. You're also going to find some intersection Marine Corps Drive, specifically around Kmart, because apparently somebody's got some stimulus money and need to go get that spent right away. 6:42 in the morning. That's your Right Now traffic here on The Point.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Today, indoor air quality is more critical than ever, and the experts at Carrier have a solution for your protection and peace of mind. Introducing Carrier's OptiClean air filtration system with HEPA filters and optional UV light accessories. Designed for hospital isolation rooms, yet versatile enough for businesses, schools, and other large areas. This machine can cover 1,500 square feet. It's compact, portable, and only runs on 110 power. Contact Carrier at 647-COOL to learn more.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I'm looking to see if there's anybody interesting got a birthday today, and there actually is.
My husband.
What? It's Menyau's birthday?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Menyau.
Well, I think
Sup,
he's going
Phil?
fishing.
He's going fishing.
Yeah, he's going fishing.
He's socially distancing today. On his birthday. He didn't get the memo from Adelope. You can have 25 people now.
Oh.
It's a true thing. So happy birthday to Phil Tyron from all of us in the family, all the Meows. Love you so much. Tommy Hilfiger.
Oh. Tomas's birthday?
I was 58 years old when I found out that Tommy Hilfiger is an actual human being.
Oh, is that right?
I thought it was a brand. I thought there's no guy, as I'd like to see, the Karen, I'm sorry, these pants don't fit right. I'd like to see Mr. Hilfiger. Apparently, you could do something like that. He's got a birthday, Tommy. And it's kind of odd to call somebody that's 70 years old Tommy, but that's the case. Tommy Hilfiger is 70 years old. I'll give you this name here from back when you were a kid, and if you recognize this name from when you were a kid, I guarantee that you pretty much had a decent childhood. The Undertaker.
Oh, yeah.
The wrestler.
The Undertaker.
Yeah. 56 years old. It's Deep Clean Your Nasty Travel Mug Day, Equal Pay Day, myth, World Tuberculosis Day, and Chocolate Covered Raisins Day.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah. So I told you I made curry last night, right? Yeah. And now this is room for disagreement. Like, how many times do you rinse the rice in the house? And you're right. Mana's got, she's got a pretty good idea on how to control that. It depends. Are there people there? If I'm alone,
who's looking?
Yeah, just put the water in the thing and press, rice cook. That's the way you want to do that. But with I like to put raisins in my curry.
Okay. We learn something new about you every day, man.
Yeah. Well, is that good?
I
is
don't
it a
know.
bad thing? You know,
I'd have to try.
Some people rave about that. Some people go, "Ooh, what's a stupid combination?"
That's like pineapple on
Never
pizza,
going.
dude.
Hey, pineapple on pizza is awesome.
Okay.
Yes. No, that's a thing. 6:46 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK. All right. Now, as I said yesterday, I'm playing around with the phone, and the Guam Daily Post thing goes off, and it's a press conference. Obviously, was going to be taking place over at the governor's office. I turned to it. You know, it's amazing how far we've come in a year. You remember in the beginning they'd play music, or Nick Delgado would read you the news and the headlines and stuff.
Yeah.
And now it's just silence and Lou looking at the camera, waiting. Okay, Crystal, anytime now. Chop, chop, tick-tock, clock's running. 6-figure salary for this governor. Can't keep her waiting. And then she got up there and started reading about the variants and concerns that were expressed about the variants. You know, 20% faster, I guess, is the one. It might be a little bit worse than the regular COVID-19, but it's been around here since January, since we saw the numbers start to drop off drastically. So if we must have gotten the Suki, California variant, we've gotten it's like
the Spicoli.
Yeah,
slacker.
It's just not motivated, I guess. You know, come out to Guam, and it used to run a little fast-paced COVID-19 life in the States, and realize Guam's super laid back. Guam is chill.
It's our flag.
It's our flag. I'm just going to completely chill out here, and I'm not going to be the big bad COVID variant here. I'm going to be the California Guam, move in, kind of Guamanian variant. That's the one that we got, and that's the good news. So she said, when she said stay the course, I was pleased because I was expecting, because you know how some people can get, especially those twitchers and the bedwetters over at Public Health. But she said, no, we're going to stay the course. And in fact, there may even be at 6:48 in the morning, we might even get some restrictions that are going to be released a little bit more. We get right now, retail locations, et cetera, things where people are gathered for business, 50% occupancy. And now they're talking about maybe raising that to 75% capacity.
That's huge.
I don't know any more people that COVID.
Do you even like people anymore, Ray?
No, dude, COVID's done wonders. I'm to the point now where I like wearing a mask sometimes and glasses because I'm completely incognito. Right? You know, when I first grew this beard, I tell the story every once in a while. When I first grew the beard, it was awesome because nobody recognized me. Nobody recognized me. And all of a sudden, people see me and whatever, or they hear my voice and go, "Oh, that's Ray." But now I got that. I can beard and mask and sunglasses and a hat on.
You ever try to disguise your voice so they don't know it's you?
I don't know. It might be tricky. Might get one of those things for the throat. But anyway, so that is going to be interesting to see what it's going to be like when we go to Mescla, when we go to Moses, when we go to other places, go to the mall. And up to 75% of the capacity. That is going to be worth waiting for, I think. But it doesn't go far enough. And I think this is going to be my new thing. You remember how I was just leaning hard on the administration to open the bars? Because that's not where the spreaders were. And my God, these people discriminated against. Fourth Amendment, for heaven's sakes, or 14th or 25th or whatever Bob Klitsky says is the one. You guys just shut these bars down, and how are they supposed to make a living? Well, the bars are open. And am I going to bars every night? Yeah. As it turns out, I didn't miss them all that much, Come to think of it. I'm just playing, guys. But the other side of that now is now I'm going to be leaning in on the administration. I want to open up 5Ks again. We had Marie Halloran was on the radio yesterday.
Yeah, Rainbows.
Rainbows for all children. Very, very well-attended run. Micronesia Mall, all the way around Dededo and back. It's the longest 5K on the island. But anyway, she's got to do a virtual one right now. And, there's a lot of NPOs, nonprofit organizations, and community groups. That's how they make their money is by doing 5Ks and stuff. I'll give you another example of opportunities. We need to get back into food and beverage business. We need to get back into galas and ballrooms. I'll give you a bunch of reasons why. Number one, I make a ton of money. emceeing in galas and ballrooms. I mean, it's like sideline income.
That's a gig.
I don't tell Daphne about that money. That's for me. There's no taxes. There's no 1099s that need to get filled out. Say, hey, Ray, thanks for hosting our gala. Here's like $500. I'm like, yeah. And you know who else I get? Jeff Jams, who does the lighting. Carlos Barreto, that will take care of some of the filming that needs to get done in there. What's the name of the guy from Music Sensation? Noli from Music Sensation, right? Has that guy been working this year? Probably not as much as last year. And all of the people that work in the F&B in the I forget the name of that part of the business, but all of those people now, can we start getting back into a point? If we're doing 75% occupancy in a restaurant, what's the difference between that and having, yes, gigs, says Jeff Jams. He's already listening. He says, yes, 2 gigs. What's the difference between doing it at Mosa's, 75% at Mosa's, and 75% over at the gala places? Or big buffets. We're starting to see brunches. I don't want to call them buffets. We're starting to see brunches again. People are already used to the mitigations. They're already used to all of the additional steps that we have to take. We realize that everything is going to be cafeteria style for a while. I don't know if they're going to. Can they even do? Yeah, I guess they can do plated service.
Yeah,
a little bit more expensive. Yeah. Oh God! Speaking of expenses, I'm not going to give you the name of the place. You can go pick up one of the newspapers and see it. But I saw the first ad that I'm aware of for Easter brunch.
Oh wow!
Yeah. Are you ready?
I'm ready, man.
$70 a head.
Wow.
Wow.
There better be a rabbit walking around.
I don't know if I could eat $70 worth of. Actually, it's a little bit more. It's $70 per head, and there will be a quote customary 10% service charge added to the bill. Ow! Ooh. Now it's $77 a head. I don't.
Yeah, but look at all the mitigations they had to do. They had to spend money on.
It's
$70.
It's a hotel facility not in Tumon. They got a Japanese station, barbecue station, carving stations, seasonal fresh fruits.
Does it come with a room?
A buffalo soup station. There's cold seafood, and then on the breakfast side, they've got a made-to-order griddle, chef's omelet station, assorted chilled salad, starches, and vegetable kid stations, a dessert station. There is free-flowing beer.
Okay, there it is.
There you go.
What kind of beer?
Doesn't say anybody's name here. Red or white wine, sodas, juice, and iced tea.
Okay.
All right. So wait a second. Now
that means
champagne. Is there champagne?
Open bar.
It should be champagne.
Okay.
All right.
And you get to hang out by the pool all day.
That would be
Why
awesome.
are these guys drooling in there, man?
So if there's no pool included, we'll include it.
I got to do some mathematics here.
Oh,
so $77. So we'll subtract about what, $30 for that's about right for a brunch.
And kids eat free?
Yeah.
Oh no, kids $35 a head. I'm just saying.
Husky boys.
But
bring the Ziplocs.
So if we can, but here's the other point here. If we can do something like this and get everybody together and have all these different stations, arguably this is going to be in one of their gathering rooms, one of the meeting rooms in this hotel. Why can we not have galas at night? Why can we not? There was a guy sends me a note through the radio station deal. And he says, hi, Ray, new to Guam, and you know what? I really want to be a part of the community and help out wherever I can. Can you give me some information on, say, your favorite charities? Now, I've got a ton of favorites out there, and I'm not going to play favorites, but there are 2 for whom I got a special place for in my heart for. And according to Becky North, I've been helping them out now for 20 years. That's Habitat for Humanity. They have maybe a couple of fundraisers a year. 2 of them are the Habitat for Humanity Quiz Night. And that makes a ton of money for those folks. People out at the Sheraton knock themselves out, putting together a great spread. You get these teams in there, teams of 6, $20 a head. And we've got a bunch of prizes that are donated by everybody. It's really, if you've never been to one, I got to tell you, it's an awesome, awesome night.
She called last year, right? She's a teacher, right?
They give me buckets of beer.
Okay, here we go.
And I haven't had any of that. And depending on what season it is, somebody will give me mangoes or beetle nut. right? I mean, these are really, really fantastic people, and they haven't been able to do their fundraising. The other one was, and we had, going into 2020 and into 2021, I work with the guys over at Make-A-Wish. I love that program. I've loved it since I first heard of it. And so I've been trying to help them out as much as possible, and even they have a couple of galas that they like to do every year. Tennis shoes, right?
Suits and tennis shoes.
And tennis shoes. Oh my God, what a night that is! And we haven't been able to do any of that stuff there. GHRA hasn't had a gala. The Chamber hasn't had a gala. The Women's Club has not done Mardi Gras.
Yeah. What about that high heels 5K? Do you do that?
No.
No.
I'll support it with airtime, but that's that's the kind of accident keep me off the road and regular training for some time now. 888-825-888-TALK is the telephone number. So you got that. There's a couple of things that came out. Number one, we got the California variant. It's a nothing burger. You can get your vaccine now if you are 16 years of age or older, and I think that's going to encompass everybody. One of the things that they obviously want to do is the quote path to half, and that is to get everybody, as many people as possible, at least half of the population vaccinated by May the 1st, right? I'd told everybody it was Liberation Day, but it's actually May the 1st.
May.
Okay. By quote May Day. So that's their part of the plan, and they figure, every time they drop the age by a decade or something, they just they get just jammed up with people that want to get their vaccines. So I guess the thinking is, well, let's take it all the way down. Now, I've often criticized the government of Guam, Department of Public Health, ADLOOP, et cetera, just on general principles. But I've often, given them a hard time because I always thought, you guys just, you look over at what's happening in Hawaii and you just copy whatever those guys are doing. Well, in this case, today is one of those rare cases we're actually in front of Hawaii. It's true. It's true. In Hawaii, they are going to be conducting vaccinations for residents of the state 16 years and older.
Oh.
But you know when they're going to do it?
When?
May 1st.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, we're that far ahead of them. Here it is. It's March 23, and we're starting the process of vaccinating our teenagers, and they're going to have to wait in Hawaii until May the 1st. That's what they're saying, urging the Department of Public Health to extend COVID-19 vaccinations to residents 16 and older by May 1. Lieutenant Governor Josh Green pushing for those 55 and older and folks with high-risk medical conditions, including caregivers, to begin inoculations March the 28th. Huh? That's how far ahead we are. They want 55 years old by March the 28th. So it's like these guys, they're taking baby steps with all of this out in Hawaii. What's the rush? And they don't have much of a rush there because their doors for tourism are already open in Hawaii. I've got some interesting numbers for you. According to the HTA, 221,605 screened trans-Pacific passengers arrived in Hawaii between March 1st and Thursday, an average of 13,426 arrivals daily compared to 280,127 screened in February, an average of 10,000 passengers a day. Of those March trans-Pacific arrivals, 37,305 touched down on Hawaii Island, about 2,000 arrivals daily. But this is where it gets interesting, is they're not traveling with negative tests. Well, I mean, a good majority of them are traveling with negative tests. The rest of them are already vaccinated. 44% of the people that are flying into Hawaii already have been vaccinated somewhere. It sounds like specifically for the purposes of flying to Hawaii and paying $12 for a Mai Tai. And about 85% said that, I'll tell you what, 41% said, I don't have my vaccine yet, but I booked my trip and I'll get vaccinated before I go. 7 o'clock in the morning, the radio station's KUSG. Again, your Real Joe playing the music in the background. Fox News Live's coming up next. This is The Point.
Processed and released. I'm Pam Puso, Fox News. Along some sections of the Texas-Mexico border, migrants are being let go inside the U.S. because detention centers are filled to capacity.
Customs and Border telling Fox News the situation has become so dire that Border Patrol has no choice but to release people nearly immediately after apprehension because there's no space to hold people, even to do necessary notice to appear paperwork. This as conditions continue to get worse for unaccompanied minors across the border.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. To help ease the congestion, the city of San Diego has agreed to open its convention center to unaccompanied children. The convention center in Dallas is holding 1,500 teenagers and is expected to accept 500 more today. A united front against China from the U.S., Canada, and Britain. Sanctions against Chinese officials have been leveled over human rights abuses.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki signaled more action could be on the way.
We will be evaluating what the appropriate next steps are in close coordination with our partners.
Psaki told reporters China is noting the U.S. is working more closely with allies than over the past 4 years.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. The World Health Organization calls it a worrying sign. After 6 weeks of declines, the weekly global count of deaths from COVID-19 is rising. In Europe, officials are fighting a third wave of infections.
Paris and other regions in France are into new lockdowns. Germany is slowing down its emergence from various measures. Italy and Spain also closing up. Vaccine rollouts have been slow.
Fox's Greg Palcott. In the U.S., a fourth virus vaccine is showing signs of promise. AstraZeneca's version was 79% effective at preventing symptomatic illness in a U.S. trial. America's listening to Fox News.
The vaccine is officially here, and we aren't just talking about the COVID vaccine, but a financial vaccine at Bank Pacific. We may not be doctors, but we can help you with your financial health. Whether to take advantage of today's crazy low rates, or just a local bank that has your back. At Bank Pacific, we want to help make 2021 your best year yet. Because for 66 years, where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Republicans call it a power grab. Democratic efforts to make Washington, D.C. a state. Statehood advocates spoke at a House hearing earlier today.
Democrats say it's unfair since D.C. residents pay taxes yet don't have a vote in Congress. That's why for years D.C. license plates read taxation without representation. House Oversight Committee Chair Carolyn Maloney says D.C. pays more in taxes per capita than any other state.
Fox says Chad Pergram in Washington. Republicans say the move is an attempt by Democrats to grow their ranks since Washington, D.C. would likely have 2 Democratic senators and a Democratic representative in the House. New York isn't the only state where nursing home deaths related to COVID-19 are being questioned. Republicans in Michigan want to know if Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer put patients in danger.
8 Republican state senators are asking the Attorney General, a Democrat, Dana Nessel, to open an investigation into the governor's pandemic response as well as policies that open nursing home space to coronavirus patients. A response from Nessel said the Republican request for an investigation lacks specifics and evidence of wrongdoing. Nessel wrote, "I also will not abuse the investigatory powers of this department to launch a political attack on any state official, regardless of party or beliefs."
Fox says Mike Tobin. Yesterday in New York City, people gathered to mourn loved ones lost to COVID-19 in nursing homes. Governor Andrew Cuomo maintains his administration has been transparent. A police officer in Virginia is recovering from a gunshot wound suffered while pursuing a suspect Saturday night. The suspect was a cow that was wandering the city of Harrisonburg after escaping from a livestock auction. Eventually, the animal was surrounded by police and ranchers, but when it charged at police, someone fired a gun. The officer was hit in the lower body. The cow was euthanized after it was captured. Pam Puso, Fox News.
Chili's has the seafood you crave and the flavors you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, appetizers, and entrees. Like our loaded baked potato soup, quesadilla explosion salad, our savory Cajun shrimp pasta, or our mouth-watering grilled ancho salmon. Ask about our black bean burger options, like our tasty mushroom Swiss or old-timer with cheese. This is a limited-time offer, so hurry in and enjoy all the tasty Lent options this Lenten season. We're located on the 2nd floor of 2 Montans Plaza. At Chili's, savor the moment.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger licking good.
Half a day, it is 7:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. Route 8 still backed up in Barrigada as police investigating an early morning crash that took place in front of SK Laundromat and the subway area. Police say that traffic will be affected as they reroute travelers who are on the east or westbound lane. The accident took place about 5 o'clock this morning as Highway Patrol Division was activated to that scene.
There's an update from Paul Tapal from a couple of minutes ago. Route 8 crash has now been reclassified. It's a fatality. Roads remain closed as traffic investigators are on the scene. Alternate routes are suggested. Expect delays. This is a developing story. Again, the Route 8 crash has been reclassified now to a fatality.
Yeah, so the other details have not been released with regard to that accident, but we are told that already north and southbound traffic on that roadway is severely backed up, and motorists are taking the village route as their way to get around that area. The new COVID variant, or the California variant, is, as health officials refer to it, is on Guam, and it's likely been here since January. But a good sign, though, is that it's not spread too much in the community, as there remains a low infection rate. The variant was feared as it's believed to be more transmissible. It was finally confirmed by the CDC that it was here after we sent samples to the CDC in February. A total of 49 were sent, and it came back this week that there were some positives. 4 came from individuals with no known recent travel history. The rest were travelers in quarantine. A total of 7 were confirmed to be that California variant. Meanwhile, 4 new cases of COVID were identified out of 585 tests that were performed on Sunday and throughout the weekend. 1 case reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. This brings our total now to 7,784 confirmed cases. 27 remain in active isolation with only 1 person in the hospital. The CAR score for those who are following is at 0.1. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee has expanded the eligibility, and now 16-year-olds can get their shots at 16 and up. Minors may only receive the Pfizer vaccine, though, as it's not recommended that anyone under 18 get the Moderna or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Minors who get the vaccine will have to be accompanied by a parent or legal guardian. Meanwhile, the committee is also reviewing updates from their orders that were sent for the vaccine, and April's COVID-19 vaccine allocation is expected to arrive. It's about 18,000 Pfizer vaccines, another 12,000 Moderna, and another couple hundred Johnson & Johnson doses. And with the increased vaccinations and low infection rate, the governor is keeping her eye on the beginning of May to reopen the island's tourism, and may also be considering lifting some of our local restrictions. There will be no immediate changes to quarantine, though, but she says if there are at least 50% of our population who've been fully vaccinated, she'll change that, and incoming passengers will only have to submit a negative PCR test in order to bypass quarantine. The governor adds more restrictions are also expected to be lifted, and that includes increasing occupancy at certain places like hair salons. She's also looking at increasing the number of people allowed to gather together. Currently, it's only 25. Well, the vaccination clinics will continue this morning at the University of Guam, and that will run through Saturday. And this is for all eligible age groups, again, 16 and up. You are urged, though, to make your appointment on Eventbrite. The UOG clinic runs from 11 a.m. until 5:30 and will continue through Saturday. There are a couple of village vaccination clinics being held this week. There's one in Jotnya and another in Barrigada. The Jotnya one is today from 9 to 3 at the gym, and then in Barrigada, that will be on Friday at the same time. There's also community testing taking place today, and that's happening at the Teeds Carnival grounds. We'll have more news right after this.
Hafaday, this is Congressman Nicholas. If you are a small business, you may be interested in a federal program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This program can provide federal funds to match equity investments into your company or help you get lower interest rates at local banks. To find out more on how this program can help your small business, please contact your Guam Congressional Office at 475-6453 or at michael.sannicolas@mail.house.gov.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
The Department of Labor continues to accept claims for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program. This after it was extended in the American Rescue Plan. The extension now continues all the way through September 4th. However, they are not accepting any claims just yet for those who have exhausted their 50th week of claims on March 13th. Director Dave De La Sola telling the Guam Daily Post that testing's ongoing for those claimants, and the system testing will ensure a smoother process for those who've maximized their benefits under the Tier 1 and Tier 2 program. Meanwhile, the Small Business Administration will be offering grant assistance to small businesses that were affected during the pandemic, specifically those that were closed. It is the Shuttered Venue Operators grant that they are extending to these businesses. And this week they'll be holding a national informational webinar to highlight the application process. So visit the SBA's website for more information on that. And if you are behind in your water or utility payments, the CCU is advising that you do what you can quickly to enter into a payment plan. The Consolidated Commission on Utilities will discuss their plan to go ahead with the disconnection schedule. No firm date's been set just yet, but we have spoken to Simon Sanchez in the past, and he has said that customers should be entering into a payment plan if they are finding themselves in arrears. And just a reminder, there is a fatality that occurred along Route 8 in Barragata. It's affecting traffic. In fact, traffic investigators have shut down that road while they investigate the crash. It happened about 5 this morning. Details involving the crash are sketchy this morning, but they have confirmed that it is a fatality. Again, along Route 8 in front of the SK Laundromat all the way to Subway.
Okay, so here's the thing. I've got the map up on the screen. We don't normally do traffic reports this time of day, but this is the thing. Now we're already seeing Route 8. We got serious congestion in and around that area. Traffic looks like it's obviously in some places it's a standstill. 8, 10, and 16 starting to busy up on that side over by Happy Mart, and you're thinking, well, all right, here's what I'll do. I'll just go through the village. And I'll make that turn over at McMobile and well, you know what happens over there? We've Harvest, and it's Carline, and Carline is busy here this morning. You can see that big line. That's Carline over to get the kids into the Harvest Christian Academy. So it's busy already over there, and as you make your way towards the mayor's office, things starting to busy up over at that intersection. So if you were thinking that's the way that you're going to be getting around, maybe Roy T. Demion. Right? And here's the problem with Roy T. Demion. There's still people drive on that road like it's 1969. This is a old one-lane village road, a two-lane village road, and there are folks out there that will slow to a stop to get over the speed bumps. You know who I'm talking about. 7:15 in the morning. If you can, just wait it out. Just call up and say, listen, I'm going to work from home for the morning because I'm not going to try to brave this traffic. 7:14, that's news and weather, a little bit of traffic. Oh, I'll do the weather now. Didn't get that there. Mostly sunny. Maybe on some light showers. This is going to be a great week for the weather forecast. It's all sunshine here. East winds 15 to 20 miles an hour. Daytime highs 87 degrees. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Maybe some more light showers. Cool things off. Partly cloudy with isolated showers tomorrow as well. Winds up to the out of the east, going up to about 20 miles an hour. Daytime highs today and tomorrow about 87 degrees with a heat index, and that's what we got. Going to feel like 92 hot degrees. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:32. I'm going to check the WhatsApp gizmo and see if I got any some artwork from Jeff over at Pirates Cove for sunrise. 7:15, that's news and weather. A little bit of traffic together here on The Point.
You've heard of double mile credit card rewards? You can forget all about that. At First Hawaiian Bank, we're stepping it up. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4 times. You guessed it. First Hawaiian Bank is giving you 5 times the miles. Use your First Hawaiian Bank credit card and get rewarded 5 miles for every dollar spent with qualifying purchases at grocery stores. Plus 20,000 bonus miles. Learn more at any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com to apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Becoming a homeowner can be a scary process, but it doesn't have to be, especially if you have the right guidance. Break through your fears and go to a real estate professional that will ensure a higher chance of success. That person is Lolita Camet of RE/MAX Diamond Realty. Lolita also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, and military and corporate relocation. Don't be afraid. Call Lolita Camet from RE/MAX Diamond Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Portions of the program brought to you by Ron and Kim over at Security Title. Just some awesome people that want to help you out with your real estate. I mean, they do everything to find out whether there's any blemishes on the title and the deed, do all the paperwork with the bank. It's best to involve them early in the process. They're that good, and that's like hitting the easy button. Docomo Pacific Business. What? They have another division? Yes, they do. Docomo Pacific Business introduces Aura Air, an air purification system with filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, and more. And you can hang out and watch them do that in real time. Swing by Chili's. I know they got a system that they installed over at Chili's, and they absolutely love it. And I like the way that there's a little dashboard app that you can see just how much air is circulating through the thing and what kind of, whatever junk it is that they're pulling out in those filters. Check it all out. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Oh, man, I got listeners all over the place. YouTube Live and Facebook Live is cranking this morning. And the stream, I got listeners on the stream in Puyallup. In Washington State.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first time I saw the road sign up there. It says Puyallup. Is that where the accident? That's where the accidents are. It says no, Ray's Puyallup. All right, okay, gotcha. Sacramento, California, seat of the state government is there. Detroit, Michigan, is online this morning and listening in the free zone. Well, not so free zone. Miami is online, and there might be one or two people down there. Got the stream cranking this morning out in the Miami free zone. But as I say, not quite super free. Spring break is going on, apparently.
Oh, it's wild.
It's there. I was watching videos. On the social media of these people just a knockdown, drag out melee. It looked like BLM and Antifa meet QAnon, But as it turns out, it was just one nightclub. And there was another similar video played in the same place. And I thought, wow, is it the same fight, different angle? And they said, no. There's like 3 or 4 fights here tonight. And they send the cops, and the drunks are fighting with the cops. I'm loving this. This is the kind of thing that we're missing out here in the land is still a little bit locked down.
America.
As opposed to the free zone. Miami, Florida. As Will Smith said, that's the place I'd like to be. 18:19 after the hour, 888-8255-888-TALK. There are a couple of other things that I want to include in today's businessy portion of the program. And we'll look at numbers in a second. But I did want to note that the guys, Boris, over at the PTAC, there is going to be the small business certification is vital. You gotta have your bona fides if you want to be doing some business, government of Guam, federal government, etc. So tomorrow, Thursday, they will have the SBA Mentor Protege Program. All small business Mentor Protege Program is modeled after the 8A Mentor Protege Program. Guam PTAC will update you on the eligibility requirements and how to apply. It is hoped that when they're all done with this month, there'll be a number of businesses that will be able to get themselves small business certified, work with other businesses that already have that certification, and see if we can reach in and put up our hands into that stream of billions of construction dollars and service dollars that are going to be going through the island in the next couple of years. And this, not really business themed, but it will be, because many of the young people involved in this will find themselves in kitchens all over the island, running stores, businesses like restaurants, et cetera, maybe a food truck down the road after they've got their experience from GCC. Their annual culinary takeout event started March 11th, and it has been gangbusters. The first one was Hawaiian cuisine, sold out, both services. And it's takeaway, right? Sold out both of those. The Korean one, which was last Wednesday, sold out there as well. Thursday. I understand that was sold out. Even had the attention of the Korean Consul General. Went down there and got a plate for himself. The next one, this is the one that's coming up Thursday. It's going to be Japanese. I've participated when they've done this where you could go in, sit down inside. I've participated in this, and they've got really, really good executive chefs that are working with these really, really young, talented hotshots, teaching them everything that they need to know about preparing Japanese cuisine. And for those of you that pay any attention, you know that it is about flavor, but a lot of it is about presentation as well. And so they hit all of the marks the time that I was there. They've got 2 different services, one for lunch starting at 11 and another one for dinner time starting at 4 o'clock, $10 per plate. And the only thing that they don't have there is a credit card machine. So give them $10 in American money, and they will give you a plate of food to take with you. And I don't know, I'm thinking Franny's or something if you want to go someplace and eat it. But
can you pay in Bitcoin?
Whoa! Makes it that much more of a tantalizing operation. I don't know. Real Joe, what's the Bitcoin number today? Do we have a number?
54,942.
All right, so still trading in the 50s range. You'll know when I get Bitcoin because this is what I'm going to be eating. This is what my cup of soup is going to look like when I get Bitcoin. It's going to be instant noodle soup and a lobster on the inside of it. Now, I'm putting that up on the screen because I don't the image that I do want to put up on the screen, I'm not sure if it's ready to go yet, and I'm not sure what the quality of the audio is. There was, and I think everybody has seen this now. There's this guy was doing illegal dumping out at Laddie Heights. If you're watching on Facebook Live, you can see the thing. Hold on a second. Now I got somebody sending me a message, and I'm not sure if it's broadcast quality. Okay, there it is. Anyway, so here's the guy just dumping chairs out on the side of the road, oblivious apparently to the fact that somebody is watching him. And another one of these guys where, this is the deal. If you're going to be involved in illegal activity, maybe you should not have your family name in the back of your pickup truck. Maybe you should, or cover it up one way or the other. But the good news apparently is the guys over at the EPA saw this and were able to locate and cite the gentleman. Now here's the good news on that. I mean, if that news wasn't good enough, Jerry Roberts, here's the other piece of good news. According to Guam Code Annotated, littering, which is what he's caught doing, is punishable by a fine of not less than $200, no more than $1,000. And if a person is convicted of a second or subsequent litter offense, they'll also be required to pick up trash from a public place under the supervision of the Superior Court of Guam's probation office or designee for no less than 8 hours for each offense. The law also states that the trash collected can't be less than 500 pounds. So if this guy gets busted again, or if I was the Attorney General, if I was leaving Camacho, tell it to the AG. If I was leaving Camacho, I'd say, I can hit you with a fine of about $1,000, or we can go to the penalty for the second offense, and you go out and pick up trash along Nevermind Road. There's spots on the way to Two Lovers Point that are always trashed, and shouldn't have a problem getting that 500 pounds because people are throwing away couches and television sets. Yeah, everything back there. So I don't know who the guy is. It doesn't really mention who he is on the article, but I'm delighted to hear that whoever it was that was out there with his cruising red truck seen throwing trash on the side, not even an attempt to hide it. He's not even like going into a little peekaboo road or anything like that. He's just out there, Laddie Heights. I've got some trash. I'll throw it away. Got to find a way to make this guy the poster child for the environment around here.
What's the third offense?
I would assume it would be the same thing.
Maybe more poundage?
Oh, yeah.
Could
for
be
that?
like 1,000 pounds or something?
At some point, I'm thinking jail. I'm thinking at some point we're going to put you in jail for that kind of littering.
Are you talking about a pass to DOC?
A
free pass?
A free pass to the Department of Corrections and the lovely culinary adventures that they will provide at the Department of Corrections, and maybe even a little COVID-19 on the side. 725. What do you think? The governor made some statements yesterday. Number one, we've got the California variant. But apparently it's a nothing burger.
I wonder why. How can you get the variant in when you throw everybody into quarantine and don't let them out until they're clean? How does that work?
I don't know. There were a few people that were caught in quarantine. The numbers are out there in the newspaper.
I'm just wondering.
But you're thinking about it. Yeah. How would you get the variant?
How would the variant sneak through when there's no human-to-human contact at all during that 2-week period, 10-day period, whatever it is? And so how does that happen?
They let people sneak through.
No. Are you intimating that the quarantine is not solid,
farmers,
and waterproof?
Farmers, governors, I don't know. Whoever's tight with somebody.
Oh no.
Got inside.
Come on.
Somebody that's so vital that their business is vital because they're in that 27 pages of hotshot businesses.
You mean insiders get through?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars from the government of Guam. That is a good point. Somebody ought to do that contact tracing over there. But you got that. We got the variant. It's a nothing burger, no big deal, and it's been around since January. And people aren't falling over dying in the same kind of numbers that we had in August of last year. People over 16 years of age can now get the vaccine. And that means people over 16. Well, because they want to get as many people vaccinated as possible. So they're not bothering to graduate everything, and not even in my mind, it doesn't even sound like they're going to be sticking to this industry, that industry. It's going to be wholesale vaccination. If you want, you can get.
Yeah. The only reason I asked that question is because high school in Guam begins at 15. So why would you exclude the 9th graders if you have the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders? That you're giving them the vaccine.
It's interesting. I'd have to ponder that. Does high school begin in the 9th grade?
9th grade here.
I know that's when
not
9th
when
graders
we
can
began
go to
high
school.
school.
Yeah.
We began 10th grade because
was
middle
high school.
Elementary went through the 6th, and then middle school or junior high was 7, 8, and 9.
I think they just want numbers.
They might be modeling it after the stateside vaccination, which is including 16-year-olds. It doesn't, that I'm aware of, it doesn't go under 16 years old.
But because back there, you don't. In many cases, you probably don't have the school setup that we have here, where it's 9, 10, 11, 12 is high school. Maybe it's 10, 11, and 12 is high school. But here, you're commingling kids now that are 15, right? And some probably even 14 that are getting in there early. And then you have the 16, 17, 18-year-olds are being vaccinated, but the 14s and 15s are not.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the 16-year-olds were in freshman year when I was going to school because they were all retained by the nuns.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was still a common practice there. One last businessy thing before we get into Jerry Roberts and the extra point. I got this from John Haley. Says, Ray, I'm with the American Legion, post number 1. Would you kindly announce that we are now open for business, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. We encourage all members to visit us. Bring a friend or two. We are a veterans organization located behind Elite Bakery in Tamuning. All military active, retired, and their friends are always welcome to swing by Mid-Pack Post number 1 behind Elite Bakery starting at 8 a.m. Real Joe? Got a new happy hour spot. 10 o'clock in the morning. They're already open.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Waiting for us. Ain't no party like a Veterans Legion party.
You got it, yeah. We are Legion.
There before we are many. American Legion Post. That's who I'm talking about. All right, 7:29. Oh, man. Talked all the way through where we'd normally be doing the extra point.
Oh.
All right, so Mana's going to do headlines, update on what's going on Route 8 if we get any new information on that. Being brought to you by Auntie Lolita Kamek of Remax Diamond Realty for all of your real estate needs. Like, I just need to go find somebody. You know what? I bet you she's going to be super helpful. I'm hearing from a lot of people that want to rent but don't want an annual agreement. So you find Auntie Loli and see if she can hook you up with some of these places that'll take you for a couple of months at a time here or there, because there's a lot of people that are doing temporary work, flight attendants, that kind of thing that are constantly moving around here. Also being brought to you by Ken and Karen over at Top End Pest Control. You got bugs in the house and they won't go outside on their own? Ken will make it so that happens for you. For all your pest control needs, 487-5657. Now with the news, here's Montesilva Tyron.
Well, police are investigating a fatal crash this morning along Route 8 in Varigata. While the investigation's underway, traffic's shut down all east and westbound lanes. Motorists are asked to seek alternate routes and to expect delays. The new COVID variant is here. It's the California variant, and it's likely been here since January, but a good sign is that it hasn't spread too much with our low infection rates that are being reported. 4 new cases out of 585 in the most recent round of tests. 27 people remain in active isolation and just 1 person in the hospital. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee has expanded the eligibility for COVID vaccine, and effective immediately, those who are 16 and older may get their vaccination. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
But, dude, we're so far ahead of Hawaii here. Hawaii's not going to be doing their vaccination for 16-year-olds until May the 1st. And they're not even pushing for 55 and older until March the 28th. That's how far ahead. We're light years ahead of what they're doing in Hawaii. And then, of course, Hawaii's got some interesting things that they're going through these days, trying to figure out how to pay for whatever they lost in COVID-19 that they're not getting back from the federal government. Taxes in Hawaii are about to go through the roof. We're talking about personal income tax rate, 16%. That's up from 11%. California's got the highest one right now at 13.3.
Oh, so Hawaii went to, oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Ooh,
yeah,
wow.
yeah. And it kicks in at $200,000 a year. So fairly low threshold.
It's a low threshold.
You know, when it comes to things like that. And they're very, very concerned in Hawaii now that there are doctors. They're already short. They figure statewide they're short by 1,000 medical professionals, medical doctors. And now the concern is when we start hitting these guys, $200,000, on top of what it costs for them to run their businesses, run their clinics, pay off their student loan debts, buy equipment, buy drugs, and whatever it is that they got to do to be in the doctor business. There may be a bunch of doctors that file Chapter 777 and get up and go.
Well, think about it. If your doctor is netting, let's say, $1 million, okay, before taxes, all of a sudden that adds another $50,000 to them. From 11 to 16.
Exactly. Capital gains tax is at 7.25% right now. That's about to explode to 11%. What's the line? Even if people directly affected by the tax hikes can't pass them on. Another option they have is to get out of Dodge, jump on a plane, and move somewhere else. State population in the last few years has been going down and not up. And a new study from the American Legislative Exchange Council sums it up by saying, unless high-tax states mend their ways, low tax with pro-growth policies will benefit from the resulting flow of capital and people. The result, data clearly shows that low tax burdens enhances a state's chances of attracting some of the people that you want to live out there.
Hello, Florida.
Well, hello, Guam.
Well,
hello, Guam.
Maybe, yeah. Well, but I mean, size of the market.
We don't need to be pretty. We just need to be prettier than Hawaii.
Yeah, size of the market might be a factor there. But maybe we can get a couple of doctors
on some specialties, right?
It's possible.
Yeah. There was a time my daughter needed some kind of an oral surgery, and there were people here that could do it, but they didn't see that procedure very often. And so I took her on a family trip to go visit my old man in North Carolina, and she got the procedure done by a guy that does it probably 3 times a week.
Yeah.
And so there's a big difference. But so is it possible that we might be able to be more attractive to those kinds of people? I wonder what their medical examiner rates might be looking like in Hawaii. Could we finally get one of those?
Or a dermatologist.
Or that, yeah.
Guam hasn't got one of those either.
Well, it was only recently we got a rheumatoid guy out at GRMC. They're the guys that seem to be pushing a whole lot of these specialties in their clinics, in their hospital setting. And so maybe there will be some more of that. 7:34, Jerry Roberts has got the extra point. Oh, 2 times Jerry today. You get him in Guam Daily Post, the Work Zone, and today's Work Zone title is time-based or task-based. And if you want to know exactly what that refers to in your management, your own personal management, then pick up a copy of today's Guam Daily Post. You got him here on the radio on the Extra Point, being brought to you by Guahan Insurance Services. Good morning, Yuka, and the team over at First Hawaiian Bank.
When I deliver customer service training, the stories I hear about bad experiences are often what you might expect and include stores, restaurants, sometimes government agencies. This last week was different. I heard a customer story the likes of which I had never heard before. I'll have the details coming next on the Extra Point.
When's the last time you looked at your homeowner's insurance?
We buy a homeowner's policy and never give it another thought until something happens. Life brings changes, and our coverage needs can change. The smart thing to do is get the answers and level up our insurance to make sure we're totally protected.
That's That's the Insurance Extra Point. Get out there and make something good happen today by calling Guahan Insurance Services at 475-1162 or visit us at the Camacho Landmark Center in Tamuning.
In the past 3 years in this space, I've talked about several angles on customer service and how to get it right. When a company calls me in to train their team, part of what we talk about are their personal experiences each individual has had as a consumer. I often get a number of stories about things that happen in restaurants, which usually boils down to poorly trained or indifferent servers and or bad food. Retail stores are discussed. People complain about employees who don't know much, if anything, about the products they sell, or tell them something is in stock when it isn't, or who judge them by their appearance, ignoring them because they don't look like they can afford an item, or who follow them around the store because they fit the profile of someone who would likely steal something. The purpose of the exercise is to highlight what people have experienced, whether good or bad, so they know what they like, don't like, and how they feel about their own customer service moments. This leads to empathy, the understanding of what others are going through. In short, if you like the treatment you've received as a customer, others will probably like it too. If you don't like how you've been treated, it's a pretty fair guess that your customers won't like it either. It's about awareness. Self-awareness, which is a key to high performance. So here I am in this group this last week with stories being shared. And while good, I've heard the basic premise in almost all of them many times. Then came the one that was different. I was startled at what took place, but more surprised at how clueless the people were who delivered the service. Picture a woman in a nail salon. We're going to call her Jenny. She's been a customer there for about 3 years, visiting once a month, with each manicure and pedicure combination pricing out at almost $100. Up until now, the service has been good, and Jenny would have no reason to seek another provider. During her treatment, one of the attendants became engrossed in a conversation with another attendant. Entering into a discussion like this is inadvisable on 2 counts. 1, if you're talking to someone else, you lose any connection you have with your customer. 2nd, in this specific situation, you could be distracted while working on the customer with sharp instruments. Jenny didn't care so much about the customer connection, but the second concern about distraction turned out to be critical. Within minutes, the attendant cut one of her fingers. Jenny showed obvious concern. You don't expect to get cut during a manicure. Well, that surely ended the attendant's conversation, and she was jolted back to the reality that she had a customer there to take care of, right? No, it turned out to be just the beginning. The same attendant went back to the conversation and ended up cutting Jenny on not 1 finger, not 2 fingers, not 3 fingers, but unbelievably 4 of her fingers. With the assault on that 4th finger, Jenny had felt enough. She terminated the session and left, and she said she's never going back there. In a few seconds of distraction and neglect, a solid customer relationship and a pile of steady revenue for the salon had been trashed. Now, perhaps you're familiar with the term CLTV. It stands for Customer Lifetime Value. Simply, what is a customer worth to a company over time? Jenny had already spent between $3,000 and $4,000 in that salon and had no intent to change. The lifetime value in this case could have been $10,000, might have soared to $20,000 or more. In addition, Jenny might tell friends about the place and bring them additional business. When she tells friends about the salon now, people are going to avoid it. Customer service isn't hard when it starts with what we call being there. That is focusing our attention on the customer until the transaction is complete, showing them that they are worthy of our attention. That's the extra point. Be responsible. Don't cut nobody today. Make something good happen. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, Guahan Insurance Services, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah. We're lucky. We're in a business, generally no sharp things here at the radio station. Yeah. But I can tell you about a couple of adventures that I've had getting my hair cut. in places, and apparently my ears stick out just enough where every
They
once in
nick
a while
you
you
here
get
and
it.
there.
Hey, how about that? And you make a decision kind of on the spot. How much longer am I going to sit in this chair? And unfortunately, with a haircut, you don't have too many options. You got to wait until they're done and then maybe decide I'm never coming back here again. Or is it just a nick or a cut? Is that worth not going to see the old man over at Little Tommy's?
Yeah.
Is that why you're bald? Is that one of the reasons why Jerry Roberts doesn't go get a haircut anymore?
Yes, it is.
Real Joe?
No, I said.
Is that why you got it? Your
No,
bald head?
it's years of mousse, gel, and wax.
Oh, it's everything just came out.
Yeah.
It just won't grow anymore.
It's just chemicals, man.
It's just, yes, everything's just stuck in there. Yeah. But can you imagine sitting there and they nick you once and then they go back to the conversation. Oh, nick you again. Oh, nick you again. And I mean, she's sitting there horrified by what's going on here, and she's, and she say, hey, here,
Pay attention to the,
yeah, and then get you another time.
Well, there's there's all kinds of other businesses that people love to get back rubs and massages in this town, and there's some really, really good professionals out there that will do it, and you're working with somebody who is not a professional when they stop massaging you mid-massage, mid-stroke, and check their phone.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. I'm getting a call. Excuse me.
Yes,
I'm paying $90 to sit in here for an hour.
That might be on the low end.
Yeah. So guess what? You turned that off. Otherwise, I'm going to go find somebody else to give me the back rub. 7:41 in the morning. Jerry Roberts in the studio. There's today's extra point. Again, find him in the Guam Daily Post with the work zone, task-based or time-based. How about we don't kill our customers based? We'll use that as just one of the lower benchmarks of providing service to our customers. It's 7:42 on the point. Top End Pest Control is who you call for all your pest control needs. Got a problem with roaches, ants, spiders, rodents, fleas, ticks, termites? No problem. They do it all. Top End Pest Control is a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and HubZone certified, serving Guam since 2012. Call them today for a quote, 487-5657, or email topendpest@gmail.com. Check them out on Facebook at Top End Pest Control and give them a like. Top End Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
I got 7:43 in the studio clock. Take Care, offering high-quality health plans and services supported by a global network of providers, being a trusted partner for your health solutions. Take Care, our island, your health plan. All right, we go from that into the traffic gizmo. I've been looking at this thing all morning long, and the picture gets uglier every time I put it on. There it is. There's the traffic gizmo. This is Central Guam. This is Route 8 area, and you can see from about where H&R Block is and one of the ways into the San Vicente Church, you can see traffic beginning to snarl up there in both directions. That's non-moving traffic, and they're trying to get everybody off the road onto all these little peekaboo village streets to get to where it is that you're supposed to be going, but taking the long way around. So up and down Route 8 going to be a problem for you. Alternate routes are suggested. Those of you that think you might be alternate routing over in the McMobile on the way into Harvest, Baba, no, bad move. There's already traffic. There was already going to be traffic there. And as you can see, it is slowing down in both directions. Yeah, I see what some of you are doing. Taking Roy T. Demion, kind of going by Talan Petparu and trying to come in the other way so you can make the turn into from the other side. Yeah, that's not going to work for you guys. Too many savvy drivers in that area. Let me see if there's other traffic that I can find on the Gizmo and share with you. Hey, that's ugly over in front of the Guam International Airport. Is it possible that they're taking more pictures? It just lousy driver is not really sure at this point. Looks like that area between the Payless and 3 Squares and St. Anthony School running a little bit busy this morning. Other traffic that's going to slow you down getting into and out of the downtown Agutnia area. If you can, I'd wait out morning drive. This doesn't look like one of those days where it's going to be all that pleasant. Southbound traffic on Marine Corps Drive, not so bad till you get to 1 and 2, but for a lot of you, that's your destination. So welcome to work. It's 7:45. That's right now traffic on the point.
Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tumon is back with all your Mezcla favorites, like oxtail kadu, Kahlua pig and cabbage, and Chef Peter's-style black stew frittata. Mezcla is ready to welcome back everyone with great service in a safe and friendly environment. Come on down and visit Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro in Tumon, located on the first floor lobby of the Grand Plaza Hotel. Open for lunch from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. and for dinner from 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. Call 969-2652 for reservations. Mezcla, a true taste of Guam.
Experience fast and friendly prepaid services with My Prepaid from GTA. You've got a busy lifestyle, and with your need to connect with your world, GTA's made staying connected easier. GTA's upgraded prepaid features now give you the ability to reload your prepaid phone, boost your data, or track your usage on the new My Prepaid portal. All this right from your own phone. If you're looking for a better prepaid experience, now is the best time to make the switch to My Prepaid from GTA. GTA, we start with you.
Portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. It's Lent. Enjoy your favorite Lent flavors, like the classic tuna sub topped with garden fresh veggies at any of their convenient locations. And you don't have to have it in a sandwich. They can wrap it for you. Maybe a little salad, chips, and soda on the side. Find it at Subway. Make it what you want. On screen, that's one of Dennis Larson's body parts. Dare I?
Oh, wow, it's bigger than a baby's arm.
That's his new B tattoo that he got from Tattoo Shauna.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is. It's got, look at the shading and the designs.
It's really sweet.
And it actually looks like a bee. And he says it's apparently anatomically correct. And I only Dennis would know. Maybe I don't want to know how he knows whether that is an anatomically correct version of it. 888-255-888-TALK. Can I share with you another video, another picture that I saw the other day? And I looked at this, and I said, that might be the nicest help wanted ad I've ever seen. And it's for somebody, it's the Health Bistro. We are hiring for a dishwasher, full-time or part-time. But they're hiring for a dishwasher, and they give you the WhatsApp number, email address, all of that stuff. But there's a design. They actually put some kind of a design together. There are a bunch of other, what arguably might be your co-workers over at the Health Bistro in black and white.
Are we washing dishes in these COVID times? I thought we were just sticking with the the disposable.
Throw it out.
Yeah.
Throw everything out. No.
Easy job. I'm applying.
Wash the paper plates.
Since we're not.
I don't know. Trying to think of the last time I ate a meal. It came on plates. I mean, real plates. Oh. The takeaways were.
Well, they threw it away when they took it back to the kitchen.
Must have been. We'll just buy them in bulk because we're just not washing them anymore. But apparently there is call for dishwashers, enough so much that they had to pretty up the ad. So those are. You know what? If you're gonna apply for this job, hold out for business cards. Ooh, company car.
Yeah?
Company car, gym membership. Free cable TV.
Health insurance.
Company paid cell phone. And health insurance.
Yes. So you walk in there with your demands.
Exactly. Well, you want the dishes clean?
And weekends and evenings off.
$15 an hour. With all the benefits. Oh, yeah. And you know what? I want to be able to go to school at GCC or the University of Guam. I'll tell you what, I'm working out the deal like this. If I get C or better, you pay for it. Come on.
Yes.
You need to make an investment in me, because I might be around washing dishes for a long time. And the last thing that you want is dishes backing up in the kitchen and being unable to serve your customers. There's somewhere out there is a boss. It's going, this I got a 2x4. Show me a 4. Son. Just show me right there. Pow, right off that top. 10 away from the top of the hour. 888-255-888-TALK. On the Facebook Live, take a look at some of the comments. Somebody was asking, Ray, can you find out when they're going to be done with the EIB 3s? That third round to STEMI? When is that coming out? And the answer is, I don't know. The answer to everything from out of Washington, D.C., including the PUAs, Mona had this story a few minutes ago, is we're still waiting for guidance from our federal counterparts. It's not the same as it was in the second, and it's not the same as it was in the first. Everything is different, so we're going to have to wait until we get the guidance from D.C.
I kind of feel like they had until the end of last week to wrap up the EIP2 program.
Yes.
And then they were going to quickly move into the EIP3s.
I forget the date. I want to say it's late in March.
it was the 19th, but I'm...
Yeah, there was a certain date for which they could not pay, they could not send out a check anymore from revenue tax.
Yeah, and then they would just apply it to
DOA.
whatever your tax filing
Right,
is
so
for
it will
next
show
year.
up. Yep, it will show up as a credit on your taxes for next year. But most people go, yeah, that didn't help me now. I want money now. Give me money now. So we've got this third round of stimmy that's supposed to be coming out, Washington D.C. and Joe Biden and all of this other stuff. And I'm told that in the mainland, people are already getting theirs. Dennis Benzer, who's got an off-island bank account and has things filed that way, has gotten his stimulus from the States.
Well, according to Daphne last week, she said that their plan has already been put together. They're just waiting for the
everybody
check,
everybody except yours. That's the way it's working. Catherine,
they were just waiting for approval with their plan, right?
I guess we'll see if we can get an update from her this morning. Plus, there's another thing. I don't know what the big deal is, but United sent me a note here. Make a plan to get your real ID. You have until October 1st, 2021. Effective that date, you will need a real ID compliant driver's license or another acceptable form of ID to fly within the United States. Now, I'm assuming, never assume, especially in these stupid COVID-19 times. I'm assuming that the other acceptable form of ID would be a passport. So that's I've always carried a passport when I travel, and it's amazing how many places where you go in the United States mainland where it's completely irrelevant. And you get a driver's license, you say you're from here. Okay, well that's cool. Have a good time in my state. Knock yourself out. But I guess now the deal is we're all going to get a starred, real ID-compliant driver's license. And my guess is this is stateside, not necessarily for us around here. We're generally used to traveling with a passport, except that one time where I was traveling with an expired passport.
Oh.
Ew. Yeah. You know why? Because I didn't think I was going to be in international waters. And it
doesn't necessarily have to be expired. It has to be 6 months from expiration.
I think that's a dumb rule.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is, in my mind, that is a dumb rule. Why can't it expires on a date
because
and you can fly
change
right
into
up
a
until
different person
apparently
within 6 months of the expiration of your passport.
I gotta hate that. The one that I was traveling on was legitimately expired. I was in New Orleans or someplace.
Wow, I'm surprised that your agent was allowed you to even go that far.
Because my trip didn't involve any international stops until it did. I was traveling in the States. Don't you love it when people start with traveling stories? Like, oh God. Oh.
So what did you do? Well, you came back apparently.
I made it back to. I had to write a letter. I had to write a letter to the people. So I was flying Northwest at the time, and I was in New Orleans, and I needed to get home, and they gave me an illegal booking, not enough time to go from one plane to another at LAX. And I said, "Is there another way?" And they said, "Yeah. What you want to do here is you want to go. We'll send you from New Orleans, get you up to Minneapolis, and then Minneapolis to Tokyo." Okay, deal. And I told the guy, I said, I got an expired passport. He says, "You're never leaving the sterile area. Don't worry about it." And flew into Tokyo, couldn't land because it was snowing, because it was February. Never travel in the first 2 months of the year if you can avoid it. And they took me up to Osaka. Osaka airport closes. You cannot overnight in Osaka. So they had to get me out. And I said, I can't leave the airport.
Straight to jail.
And they said, well, you can't stay here either. And where's your passport? Why are you traveling with an expired passport? Oh, my God. The drama. And then once I got all that squared away, then it was getting to Tokyo so I could fly from Narita City to Guam. Well, guess what? They were snowed in as well, and we could not leave Tokyo. I had to leave the airport, went through that whole same song and dance. I was in the same underwear for 4 days. This is your lesson, friends. Fly with a current passport if you can possibly arrange it. 7:55. How did they not catch that when you were checking in? Says Sandra Rages. Because again, back in the day, I was not anticipate being in international waters as I was there. Bill Cruz says I used to wash dishes at St. Anthony. Mana knows why. Is there a story there? Cooking utensils need to be clean, says Catherine Maloney, even before I throw them away. High mileage and gas. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Word of mouth is very powerful here on Guam, says Sarah Garin. You look so pretty today. Sarah, can I just...
Good morning, Sarah.
You know what's weird? in like a good way, is all of the girls are not saying to Sarah how pretty she is.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah. It's like, hey, Franklin, the truth is out there. Feel like a guinea pig yet? Ooh, and he's got a link to something I can watch on Facebook. Thank you, Jerry's, Rico Blancaflor, Franklin Cruz. The truth is I'm sorry, I'm getting repeats here. Gus Castro, Zasangas, airborne is first and surfaces are the second way. Jerry Roberts asking how it is that people were able to sneak in with the California variant. I'm with Boris. Boris, they snuck in. Exactly. Those words. You've answered your own question in all of this. All right. Good. The littering law needs to be enforced. That's what Sandra is saying this morning. Sandra taking a look at that video of the guy out in Laddie Heights that's just dumping. I got a pickup truck. I got junk in the back of the pickup truck. Shouldn't you, in the very least, shouldn't you have at least found some place to go and maybe surreptitiously and out from under prying eyes, away from cell phones? And that's the other thing. My God, there's cell phones everywhere, aren't there? It's got to be. All right, you know me. That might be one of the reasons why I've been such a good boy lately, to whatever degree you want to believe that, because there are video cameras everywhere, and I don't want to get caught doing the wrong thing on a video camera. 7:56. My very close, very dear personal friend, Daphne Shimizu from the Department of Revenue and Taxation Online. And a note here, you are going to be speaking before the Chamber of Commerce at one of their luncheons coming up, huh?
Right. Tomorrow I will be speaking, I guess I have the opportunity to meet or to do a presentation at the chamber meeting. That's tomorrow morning at 10 in the morning.
All right, you're going to tell them that filing business privilege taxes now is mandatory online.
Right, it is mandatory. That's actually as per Public Law 3599. We did, we did do several meter releases in the month of February, and then we also, our team at the business license team has been making sure that we send or give notifications to people who get new business licenses, and we also sent out notices to all of our mayor's offices. In addition, we did do kind of a mass email as well to the GRT account holders, so we make sure that they also receive those notices. So we are doing our best to let people know that yes, CPT filing is now mandatory to be done online.
That's funny. You know what's still going to happen is there's people going to be calling me up and going, when did they say that? When did they make that change? How come they didn't tell anybody?
You know what? So again, since February we had been announcing it, and then also our team has been we've done our releases. We did issue the notices to the mayor's offices, and that's why we wanted to also do kind of a mass email to our to all of our GRT account holders.
Yeah, that's where I got it this morning. Somebody screen capped it and sent it to me. Right now we got to get to the meat of this. I only got a couple of minutes left in the hour. EIB round 3. What's the latest on that? Were you up early at with a conference call to DC today?
No, well, you know what? Over the weekend, probably Sunday, actually, I had been kind of just corresponding with my counterparts on Sunday because there are some additional adjustments that we're going to have to make in preparation for EIT 3, and so we're going to be working on that. We're also in-house working on our programming for it. We're trying to see if there's additional ways that we might be able to try to make payment, and then those are the things that we're discussing, and we'll let people know. But we don't have any update at this point. We're still working again through this with IRS and the Treasury, and in fact, we do have. I think we do have I just got a notification that we do have a scheduled call. So I'm excited about that because I know we want to get these payments out as soon as possible to everybody.
Absolutely. And there are people asking about it. The stimulus that they might have gotten before has all run out. And now we're looking at that another big stimulus that's going to be taking place. Now, what did you say the cutoff was for EIB 2? Is that this weekend or this coming Monday?
Actually, for EIP 2, we finished paying out EIP 2 since last week, Friday.
Okay. So no more. So not even any credits anymore, right?
No. So now what it is you didn't get EIP 2 and you were eligible. You can work to file your 2020 return and claim it as a recovery rebate credit. So even if you didn't get it, because for whatever reason, maybe you weren't eligible, maybe you didn't file a return on time, you can work to get it still, but you have to file a 2020 return and you have to claim it as a recovery rebate credit on your 2020 return. And we are seeing a lot of people who are doing that, Ray. Of course, we started receiving returns since February 12th for 2020, the 2020 tax returns, and we're seeing people, filing. Of course, there's a lot of questions about, and I want to bring this up.
Always go to myguamtax.com and see what the latest guidance is. Sorry, I got to break away. I got Fox News Live in front of me. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Have a great day.
You know it. There's Daphne Shimizu from Rev and Tax. Here's Fox News.
Another surge. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky says even though more people in the U.S. are getting vaccinated against COVID-19, she says cases of the virus have gone up slightly while deaths have decreased, though she says that's a lagging indicator.
I am worried that if we don't take the right actions now, we will have another avoidable surge.
And she says in some regions like the upper Midwest and Northeast, they are already seeing a rise in cases. This is the nation's second largest school district, prepares to reopen, even as most parents are hesitant to send their kids back.
While the CDC says students only need to be spaced 3 feet apart now while wearing masks, the Los Angeles Unified School District is sticking with 6 feet. The school superintendent, Austin Buettner, says half of families answered their survey and only 42% want to return to school.
So if we did the math now and assumed no additional students would attend school in person, that would mean about 28% of elementary school students will return to schools in April, 17% of middle schoolers, and a bit more than 10% of high schoolers.
Buettner said Black and Latino families are the most hesitant to return, so he says they're partnering with St. John's to open 2 vaccination sites for students' families in East LA and South LA. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
AstraZeneca says its vaccine provides strong protection against the virus among adults in a U.S. study. The company says the vaccine was 79% effective in preventing symptomatic cases, including in older people, and it says none of the study volunteers who were vaccinated were hospitalized or developed severe disease. It also says its expert didn't identify any safety concerns, including a risk of blood clots that was found in some people who took their shot in Europe. Reports of an active shooter at a grocery store in Boulder, Colorado. The Boulder Police SWAT team is reportedly on scene. America is listening to Fox News.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. The largest selection of your seafood savories are back at KFC this Lent season. Popcorn shrimp, the wasabi fish sandwich, shrimp and crab Kellogg's wrap, and my personal favorite, KFC shrimp burger. Or treat the family with my breaded shrimp, fish fillets, and the seafood twister. The Colonel's famous original recipe, extra crispy and grilled chicken, are always available too. KFC, your place for Lent. It's finger-licking good.
76 Circle K, the Subaki Tower, and Spa Ayalam bring you another staycation. We are celebrating Mom and all she does. Win a 2-night stay at the luxurious Subaki Tower, get pampered by Spa Ayalam, and enjoy a delicious lunch and dinner at Casa Oceano. All you have to do is purchase $35 or more in 76 fuel and enter to win a staycation fit for a mom. The more you gas, the more chances of winning. Visit 76CircleKGuam.com or any Circle K location for more information.
One of former President Trump's congressional allies is mounting a challenge to a key Georgia official once seen as preventing Trump from investigating claims of impropriety during the 2020 election.
Georgia Republican Congressman Jody Hice is announcing a primary challenge to Georgia's Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. The latter had been made an enemy of former President Donald Trump when not agreeing to conduct involved investigations into voting irregularities, among other things. Hice says he'll restore integrity to the role of Secretary of State and Georgia's elections. Political parties in Georgia have been accusing each other of cheating or suppressing votes. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Texas civil rights lawyer Lee Merritt has announced he's running for Attorney General. Merritt will challenge Republican Ken Paxton. He tweeted over the weekend that Texas deserves an Attorney General who will fight for the constitutional rights of all citizens. A delivery service that's partnered with a big box store dealing with driver complaints.
DoorDash says it's taking steps to address frustrations from independent drivers making deliveries for Walmart. Americans are used to tipping for food deliveries, but haven't been tipping for Walmart orders or tip very little. DoorDash drivers have also complained about long waits to pick up orders. DoorDash surveyed its more than 1 million independent drivers last month, asking specifically about Walmart. Walmart stepped up partnerships with DoorDash and other delivery services to help it to compete with Amazon. Jenny Cosola, Fox News.
Sacha Baron Cohen's Borat subsequent movie film and Promising Young Woman were the big winners at last night's 73rd Annual Writers Guild Awards. The Borat film took the honors for Best Adapted Screenplay, while Promising Young Woman won for Best Original Screenplay. The awards were pre-recorded and virtual. I'm Lee Silasera, and this is Fox News.
Make every day epic. The new Samsung Galaxy S21 is here. The Samsung Galaxy S21 offers the highest resolution of photos and videos on a smartphone, which makes it perfect for those TikTok dances or class projects. With a sleek new look, striking design, and a battery that goes all day and beyond. The Samsung Galaxy S21 is epic in every way. Come into GTA today and experience the new Samsung Galaxy S21 and let GTA help you make every day epic. GTA, we start with you. Subway's got your flavorful, fresh choices this Lenten season. Sink your teeth into the succulent goodness of Subway's shrimp and guacamole spinach wrap, or go plant-based with Subway's crisp on the outside and generously spiced on the inside veggie patty, or enjoy the classic tuna sub, made with 100% wild-caught tuna, all made with freshly baked breads and topped with garden-fresh vegetables. Get them today at any of Subway's convenient locations. Subway, make it what you want.
Hafaday, this is Congressman Nicholas. If you are a small business, you may be interested in a federal program called the State Small Business Credit Initiative. This program can provide federal funds to match equity investments into your company or help you get lower interest rates at local banks. To find out more on how this program can help your small business, please contact your Guam Congressional Office at 475-6453 or at michael.sanicolas@mail.house.gov.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the Office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Your local news is brought to you by Carrier Guam. Turn to the experts. Your local news is also brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line and pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Off the day, it's 8:06. I'm Mona Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. There is a fatal crash that police are investigating this morning. It happened just after 5 near the SK Laundromat on Route 8 in Barrigada. Police say that traffic is being closed while the investigation is underway. It's affecting east and westbound traffic. Motorists are asked to seek alternate routes and expect delays. You will be turned around if you're headed in that area. Police, again, investigating a fatal crash that took place along Route 8 in Barrigada by Subway. The new COVID variant, or the California variant, is on Guam and likely has been since January. State Surgeon General Dr. Mike Cruz says it was confirmed from the Centers for Disease Control after 49 samples were sent off. Of the 49, 7 came back positive. 4 came from individuals with no known recent travel history. The rest were from travelers who were identified in quarantine. Meanwhile, from the recent test of COVID-19 samples taken, there were 585. Of those, 4 new cases have been confirmed. Those were performed on Sunday and throughout the weekend. One of those cases reported recent travel and was identified in quarantine. There are currently 27 cases in active isolation and only 1 person in the hospital. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee continues to seek to get more people vaccinated and yesterday expanded the eligibility, now including those who are 16 and older. Minors may only receive the Pfizer vaccine, though, as Moderna and Johnson & Johnson aren't recommended for anyone under 18 years old. For those minors who are seeking a vaccine, you will have to be accompanied by a parent or a legal guardian. Meanwhile, the committee also received updates on the orders for the vaccine. Pfizer, there's another 18,000 coming in and another 12,000 Moderna doses and 200 Johnson & Johnson doses, which will be arriving in the next month. And with the increased vaccinations and low infection rate, the governor is now keeping her eye on the beginning of May to reopen the island to tourism. She may also be considering lifting more restrictions to allow more people to gather. There won't be any immediate change to the quarantine requirement, though. She says that she is looking at least 50% of the island's population getting vaccinated after which she says incoming passengers will only have to show that they are negative of COVID-19 after taking a PCR test 72 hours prior to arriving. She says that's a way to bypass quarantine. The governor adds more restrictions are expected to be lifted, and that includes increasing occupancy for some places up to, such as hair salons. She's also looking at increasing the number of people allowed to gather. Meanwhile, the Department of Revenue and Taxation is looking to open up for driver's license services maybe 5 days a week. They're currently opening up to driver's license applicants only 2 times a week. Daphne Shimizu's the director at Rev and Tax says that they're looking to move out the vehicle registration so that they can accommodate more driver's license services. The agency has had a few of their services open up for walk-in service, many of which are by appointment. They also encourage people to do what they can to take advantage of the online services. Meanwhile, DRT has paid out its last EIP2 payments last week, and they're ready to roll out the EIPs. That, however, she says, is waiting for the approval of the Department of Treasury. We'll have more news right after this.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
The COVID-19 vaccination clinics will continue this morning at the University of Guam. It opens up at 11 and will stay open until 5:30. Those clinics scheduled all the way through Saturday. If you were seeking an appointment there, you can get that on Eventbrite. They are accepting up to 15 walk-ins per hour. Also, the village vaccinations taking place in Jotnya today. That will be from 9 until 3. And if you missed that, there will be one in Barragata on Friday at the same time. Community testing also taking place today at the Teeds Carnival Grounds. As for the food distribution, that will be in Inarahan today with 500 packs of food at the Inarahan Community Center, and then on Thursday at the Teeds Carnival Grounds. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Okay, let me borrow yours. I'm going to borrow yours, okay?
Oh, speaking of weather, did you know that it's World Meteorological Day?
Congratulations, Landon and Brandon.
Yeah, there's a proclamation taking place this morning.
Will it be virtual, or are they going to get everybody together?
Yeah, I think they're looking at doing a virtual tour of the Weather Service.
Have you ever been on that?
I have.
You've gone on the tour of the National Weather Service
many years ago when I was.
That they give you a binder.
I didn't get a binder.
You didn't get a binder?
What?
Chip Guard, when I went up there, and he'd invite me all the time. So I had like 7 or 8 binders. And the highlight is at the end of it when everybody goes outside and watches them launch the balloon up into the sky.
The weather balloon.
Yeah, the weather
not
balloon.
Not the UFO.
That's really, really cool. And so, but everybody gets to take a pull off of it.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And then you sound like this for a couple minutes. Anyway, it's just crazy fun. 8:12 in the morning, mostly sunny with a slight chance of light showers. Easterly winds to about 20 miles an hour. Daytime highs expected today to be about 87 degrees. Speaking of hot, Dave Del Sola on the phone here in just a moment. Del Sola's son, Del Sola, okay? What are you inferring?
He is hot.
Joe. Partly cloudy tonight with maybe on some light showers. Winds out of the east up to 15 miles an hour. Expected lows 76 degrees and about a 10% chance of rain today. Same thing for tomorrow. Partly cloudy skies, isolated showers and winds out of the east. Sunrise this morning was at 6:23, and I got to get this up on the screen because the guys, this is like his sole job, right? Make and prepare food for hundreds of people every day. No. Jeff from Pirates Cove's main job is to be awake at sunrise and take pictures that I can put up on the screen so that everybody can see that, sure, in fact, the sun did come up this morning down in Telefofo over by where Pirates Cove is. A little bit of color is starting to show up in the back, and then, bam, all of a sudden, it rises. Here I am, Lord. Anyway, so that's news and weather together right here on The Point.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details. Need to finish the job or start one the right way? Get the right stuff at East West Rental Center. You can switch to easy mode using industrial strength equipment. With years of experience helping builders, East West Rental gives you exactly what you need. Tools for landscaping, concrete, lifts, trucks, tables, tents, chairs, water blasters, excavators, forklifts, air compressors, and more. Call East West Rental Center at 646-1463 or visit them in Upper Dumont. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 to 5, Sundays 8 to 5. That's nice. You know what's nice? You, brand new car, brand new Nissan car. You see them all over the place. All these paper license plates because nobody's got the metal ones because of COVID-19 or whatever. And so you're going, okay, well, I want a new car too. Go to Nissan and enjoy what they've got for you. First of all, like I said, brand new cars all over the lot. 2021 Nissan Rogue includes a game changer, midsize crossover is that particular segment of the automobile. Fiercely reimagined and redesigned from the ground up. This is not your father's Rogue. It's going to be all yours. The Nissan Plus sales event happening right now. $2,021 cash back, 1% APR, and massive discounts. How big? How about up to $8,000? And you're going, yeah, am I going to want the car that they're discounting to $8,000? It's a 370Z. Hello. Yeah, you're going to want that one. How about this? The Murano discounts up to $8,000. The Altima discounts up to $7,000. Smart move, though. Test drive. Get that with, let me see here, Eric Cooper, Mike Templo, and Sandra Titautau at Nissan's Plus Sales Event.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Quarter after 8 o'clock in the morning, and that was the answer when I talked to Daphne Shimizu a few minutes ago about what's going on with the EIPs, EIB3s, the next round of stimulus that's going to be coming out. You'd think that maybe they would have made everything the same from round 1, round 2, and round 3, but there are variants, as there is obviously with COVID-19 in the instructions. So it seems like everybody, at least in the territorial side, is waiting out what the federal counterparts have to say. Daphne indicated, though, she's going to be in a conference call in the next 24 hours or so. Sounded really excited about that. Even more excited to be on a conference call at 3 o'clock in the morning than to be hanging out with the chamber at noon tomorrow. But, you know, not everybody gets excited about the same things. Dave Del Sola, who I know loves being on conference calls at 4 o'clock in the morning, is on the line with us now. Good morning, Dave.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Mana.
Good morning, Dave.
Did you have a good weekend?
I had a great weekend, thank you.
Did you get? Was there golf?
No. There was calls and conferences as they work 24/7 to try to get the system up and running for this week. So it's been a lot of testing, a lot of work on the changes, the test to make sure that they are ready to go into production. So, my staff has been busy working nonstop, which is good as we get this Tier 3 up and running.
But the third operation here now, and as I understand it, we're still batching up some money from the second round of stimulus, right?
Yes.
The PUA.
They batched up, and actually they hit the bank yesterday and was distributed yesterday. So it took a few days for the drawdown to hit. So everybody should be quite happy with their direct deposits. They should have gotten them either today or yesterday. And then, of course, the checks are mailing out as we speak.
Okay, and that will cover everybody up to their about 50th week?
Yes. And a week from now, we'll batch again and to all claims filed, and that'll go into the Tier 3, so the new Biden plan. And I think we'll have everything in place. We have pretty much everything in place, except we're testing today the claimants that were expired. So those that exhausted their 50th claim, please hold off filing your weeks. Your week until we have a chance to test it. They were working, yesterday was Sunday, so we couldn't do much extra testing, and it's a little harder to test exhausted week ones because you really have to have a claim that has 50 weeks exhausted to test in our UAT.
And the calendar's not there yet.
Yeah, we don't have that as a sample test. So we're relying on the system to test that as they go into work today.
Okay, so nobody, if you are at your 50th and you're waiting on the new one to begin to make your claims, just wait a little bit longer.
Just wait a little bit longer. You're not going to, even if you file, we're not batching till next Tuesday. So nothing's going to, trying to get that extra week in today or yesterday isn't going to get you any better off. So wait until later on this week when we actually make sure all the cobwebs are out and everything is good to go. And then you can file for, the last week. And then on Monday or late Sunday night, you can file for this week's work week. So that Tuesday comes, you can get 2 weeks of your benefits.
Okay. Now, we talk about this a lot. We always talk about it from the perspective of the employee and the impacts on them and their responsibilities for the Higher Guam system. But it occurs to me that there is still obligations on the part of the employers to be current with their reports.
Yeah, and the biggest news, of course, that or the biggest questions I always get from employers is the refusal to work. My employees don't want to come back. They're missing work. The latest craze is that they calling in sick 1 day of the week so that they can be, quote, in reduced hours so that they can continue to collect PUA. And that's a form of fraud. Even though they're thinking that they're working the system. So I will be doing a press release today that'll be going out. And basically, missing work on purpose or not coming back to work is a refusal to work. And that's something that the employer, we have an email, refusal to work at dol.guam.gov.
Oh, my. That's... Hold on a second. That's more than just, hey, I'm sending out an email. We've got an email address for employers to be able to say that my employee, Real Joe, is trying to scam the system. I told him to come back to work 40 hours a week. He doesn't like my 40 hours a week because it's not as much as your 35 hours a week.
Yes. And you can report them, and we will basically investigate both sides, and if it's found to be true, we will disqualify that employee for good for the rest of this PUA.
Wow.
So that is we're all about getting the island back, recovering and working. And, of course, I want to get all the money out. It's there to help our people survive, not the people to stay out of work. That's counterproductive to our island. And you have to, employees have to look on the long game. Don't look at the short game. If you're going back to work, you've got a job. There's so many people out there who do not have a job at the end of this and are going to be looking and need to look. So,
man, that's kind of a party pooper attitude you got there, Dave Del Sola. Don't you know they're opening up a new Ross over at Agana Shopping Center?
Yeah, apply, get those jobs while you can.
Oh, no, they don't want to work there. They want to shop there with your money.
Well, you're welcome to do that. You're welcome to pay your rent. You're welcome to pay your power bills, your GWA bills. Please remember to pay your bills with this money and not just spend it on incidentals. There's plenty of money out there. I mean, we're getting out not only my PUA, but then, you're going to get the stimulus. So I understand everybody's having a tough time, but please take a little bit of that chunk and pay your obligations. So that way the island and our infrastructure can keep rolling. It's just as important. But, we'll continue to get the work out, and we'll continue to get the money out. I am also sensitive to the employers. I have to be, as I speak, all the friends that are employees coming up to me and saying they're having a tough time getting their employees back to work. And I have to be sensitive to their needs too, just like I'm sensitive to yours.
And I appreciate that. Now, on another conversation, Dave Del Sola from the Department of Labor with me on the line. Some of you never even knew there was a Department of Labor here on Guam, or that Dave Del Sola was running it until we get into this pandemic and the PUAs, and now you are more important than even the governor of Guam. But I run into a friend, and I said, "How you doing?" And she says, "Well, I'm looking for a job." And as you know, these are tough times to be out there looking for a job. And I said, well, go to hireguam.com and see what they've got for you. Now, it might be that you might have to pee-pee clean. Is that a problem? And she kind of made that noise like, yeah, clean pee-pee might be a problem for me right now. Are all of the jobs at Hire Guam bound for drug testing on the way in?
No. Most of those jobs are private sector jobs.
Okay.
And, of course, I can't speak to the private sector jobs, but a lot of companies out there don't require drug testing.
But the jobs that you guys you are patrolling jobs for the Department of Labor on behalf of the federal government or for federally funded jobs, and for those positions.
My recovery jobs, my PUA jobs, those that yes, they require an initial P-test. And so get yourself clean, at least for that, or whatever you do. But yes, they require a piss test. But most of the private sector jobs, they vary.
Yeah.
And there's hundreds of jobs on our Hire Guam. And you make a great point. Our Hire Guam employment module is only as good as the employers that put into the module. And as more jobs they input, the more employees will start to use it. And it'll become a different type of virus.
Well, it was. I mean, that's what Hire Guam was all about when it was first launched.
Yeah.
I remember. I think your predecessor was in the studio. We were talking about what a great program it is, and I can go in there and I can put the jobs that I've got in sales or marketing or something like that, and line up with other employees that might have those skills and those experiences. So it's beneficial on both sides, and it's free for everybody. It's free.
Free. You got the word of the day.
Yeah.
It's free, and it's as good as the users. And so I ask you to please make it a part of your employment plan. Post it on the Hire Guam, because as all these unemployed people come into the American Job Center, we're requiring them to put in their register on Hire Guam and do the job searching. And in the near future, Ray, we're going to have to turn on the job search requirement for PUA.
Good.
That means they're going to have to go out every week and do at least 3 job searches. And the easiest way to do a job search is on Hire Guam. You never have to leave your computer or your house. You can go on, search, look for good jobs, send in your resume out, and that's a job search. And, hopefully the employer will see those resumes, review it, and call you for a possible interview. So that is the easiest way to do the job search, meet the job search requirements of 3 a week. That's a lot, that's a lot of work, but,
you've got one of them is the center spot on a bingo card. You got a free space. Go ahead and take advantage of that and start building around it if you want to keep your PUA. Do you know when that's going to be? When that is going to happen? Is that written in the framework of the regulations yet? What that date is?
Yes, it's in an executive order. It's either PCOR 4 or if the governor, with consultation with myself, decides to do it earlier. So, I meet with the governor, I talk with her. We're not there yet. I agree. We're not there yet. But businesses are starting to open up more. And, the governor and myself are constantly talking to the business community. And when they feel that they're ready and we feel that it's, right, we'll just make the necessary announcements coming up that, it will be a requirement. So, our numbers are looking good. Thank God, and businesses are opening.
Yeah.
And, I went out there this weekend a little bit here and there. It was getting crowded. The traffic is out.
Traffic is ridiculous. Traffic is almost down to, at some times of day, it looks pre-COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, and so you can see the excitement in the island. And, I am very impressed that people are wearing their masks, still very mindful of social distancing. So, I see some of these news reports back in the States. People are crazy back there. People getting stabbed, beaten up for store owners telling them to wear their masks and things like that. I don't know what's going on in the States and what is the craziness. I mean, if the store tells you to wear
Trump,
you have to wear a mask.
Mana said it's Trump. I think it's Fauci. You're a labor guy.
Oh yeah.
Go and
He's
take a
such
look
a
at.
radical, that Fauci. Yeah, he's such a radical guy.
Well, just take a look at some of the people, some of the highest paid people in the federal government of the United States work at the Department of Health and Social Services.
Well,
I mean, salaries up around $500,000 a year. I'm not kidding. Go and take it. You and I are on the wrong side. We need to be working the public health side. That's where the sweet dough is, dude. I got to run. 8:29 in the morning.
Yes.
Dave, always a delight talking with you. And I appreciate every day we get a little bit less of the PUA stuff and a little bit more about the prospective 2021. We got to get people back to work. We've got to get people inclined to go back to work as opposed to just waiting for you to batch up some monies and stick them in the accounts.
September will come sooner than you think,
Yes.
and then everybody's going to be panicking. And please use this time to get your certifications, to get some training, to start doing the job searches, because 6 months will go in the snap of a finger, and then everybody will look, oh, what do I do now? And they'll blame me because there'll be no jobs because, tens of thousands of people want a job right then and there.
Amen.
And, we're not set up for that. So please come in now and get the early worm gets the job.
I'm with you, Dave. You have a terrific day, but then you don't have to encourage Dave and I to do that stuff. We love our jobs, love going to work every day, and if we're the kind of people that I don't ever remember not having a job. Not like an old guy, but I don't remember not having some place to go to, even if it was just a part-time gig. I don't remember when I was 16 years old not being employed for any particular length of time. Mana, except for the 2 years over at the legislature, you've been employed virtually the entire time, right?
Since I was 13 years old, actually.
That's right. You worked with Mom at the daycare.
Well, before
You
that,
were the daycare.
I worked at Grandma's store.
Oh,
so,
God.
I mean, that was I fired from my first job when I took a 3-hour lunch.
Thank you, Uncle Jim. 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, they instilled in us. We didn't get to stay home summers and just lounge around.
Oh, God.
And if we did stay home, we had chores to do, lots of them.
Yeah, do we get special parking, for that kind of, teenage anxiety and that kind of thing? 888-825-5888-TALK. Put Macris on the list. He's listening. He's listening, but I wanted to get his thoughts on the the gnarly California variant that we've apparently got here on Guam. According to the governor's office and samples that were taken and sent to the CDC in Washington, D.C., yes, we've identified the California variant here on Guam. And a bunch of people, we found it in quarantine. And a bunch of people, it was a community spread. Don't know how that happened. Oops. But anyway, so it's here. But the thing is, it's here, and they say it's more infectious, 20% more infectious than plain old Wuhan COVID-19.
Yeah, they're calling it the Newsom.
Now, why is it that we are not allowed to call it the Wuhan virus, but we can call it the California variant?
Oh, there's going to be backlash, man.
Or the South African variant. Why are we not allowed to call it the Wuhan virus, even though that's clearly where it came from? But the other ones we can call that. We can say it's the South African variant, or the British variant, or the California variant. Why is that? Apartheid.
Yeah.
Well, there's no more apartheid in South Africa. I'm just saying. There seems to be some moral inconsistency. Why am I not surprised? It's 8:32 in the morning. 888-825-888-TALK. And I got to tell you, I saw this picture, and I couldn't make out what was wrong with it. And the guy's like, only on Guam, and it's a DiGiorno pizza on a barbecue grill. And I'm going, what's wrong with that? Is that bad? You put a pizza on a grill?
I don't know. That looks like the Hawaiian special.
It does look like a Hawaiian special. So that's what I thought was the problem. Oh, it's got pineapple on it. That's the problem with the guy putting pineapples on a pizza. No, apparently there's something else. Pineapples on a pizza are okay. Can I just? I know that there might be some of you that will be offended by that. Might be a little bit butthurt.
Especially a pineapple. I mean, a Hawaiian special. It has to.
It's got to have. Yeah, it's got to have pineapples in the thing. Anyway, 8:33 in the morning.
But what's wrong with it?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. Speaking of pineapple plants, when I first moved into the house, you gave me a pineapple plant.
Is it? You have a baby?
And it bloomed, and I took the top off of that one and stuck it in the ground.
And now
On the other side of the thing where I planted it, I put the parent plant, which was making another one.
And now you're running Dole?
I am now Dole Guam, dude.
Yeah, that is a gift that keeps giving.
You better have tours at your
and
house,
they're the
Ray.
sweetest pineapple ever.
But here's the other thing is I'm a lazy guy. I don't often go and do shopping or whatever. And so, I'll buy a thing of garlic and then not eat it all. And then you start taking it apart, and it's got the shoot on the inside. It's got this little green shoot on the inside. You can what?
You can plant it.
You can plant those?
You can plant everything.
And it will make new garlics for me?
Not everything will live, but you can plant it.
But
yes.
I can make new garlic plants.
Yes, and so you know what? I don't plant garlic, but I have green onions.
Uh-huh.
I haven't bought green onions from the store in a long time because I take the roots.
The part that you cut out,
it off, and I plant them. I have a little planter, and I have my own green onions growing in my yard.
All the time?
Mm-hmm. All the time.
Really?
I haven't bought it in at least, couple years.
Could you do that with the onion? Because it's got a little rooty part on the bottom.
I haven't tried that. I haven't tried an onion.
Okay, the brainiacs on Facebook Live are going to chime in on this.
But the pineapple, you have babies. The only problem with pineapple is it just takes so long.
Yeah,
Like
that's
18
not
months
an overnight. It's not like growing wing beans or anything like that. Chinese virus, says Mark Voigtland. Richard Wittenbach Santos. Texas still in groups 1A and 1B over 65 if you have dangerous health conditions. Ugh. And that's Mona's favorite professor out there, Dr. Richard Wittenbach Santos. The idea here, there was a population of 165,000 people. We've done, I think, an outstanding job doing the vaccinations with, using the auspices of the Guard and Reserve. We do fantastic. Plus, now they're doing other outreach. The clinics are involved. So we got a lot of people that are getting vaccinated, really on a wholesale basis, and not a whole lot by way of public health infrastructure that needs to get in the way of this. So we've done a good enough job. I think CDC and the federal government is saying, look, let's send as much as we can to Guam and get these guys off to herd immunity. They're not wasting any time, and they're not wasting any of these precious resources. So let's send as much as we can out to Guam.
The only thing I'm wondering is it is taking them quite some time to dole out the Johnson & Johnson. The last JIC report that I looked at was yesterday. I think they only put out 25 of those 1,300 vaccinations that came in under Johnson & Johnson.
Well, what's the new number? I think we've only got another 200 coming in.
Another 200 coming in. So
yeah. I don't know what the big deal is with Johnson & Johnson at this point. Trying to decide. See, 'cause my worldview changed. Can I give you another? This will sound like an excuse. It's not. But my worldview has changed now that my daughter is vaccineable. She is now eligible to take the vaccine, Sweet 16, and it is going to be made available to her and all of her cohorts. Is that another reason?
I can definitely see Mayumi weighing that one.
Yeah, I hope so.
Well, leveraging that one against.
Leveraging it against.
Yes.
Daddy, guess where we're going today?
I'll get it when you get it.
Oh, well then, see, now that'll work.
I'll get it with you.
Yeah, with me. We can go together.
There you go, see?
62,499 and 500. That's Mayumi and me. We'll be the last two that get it.
Save us all, Ray.
Yeah. In the meantime, I want to see what happens with everybody else. That's kind of what I want to see. And then after that, I want to never ever have to wear a mask in public again. I want to be able to. There's a lady. I might be able to get this up on the screen before 10 o'clock.
At the same time, it's a requirement, and you want.
No, it's not a requirement. Why is it a requirement?
It's a requirement to go into some businesses. Otherwise, they could be fined. They could get in trouble. And you want these businesses to open and flourish.
They do it in Japan all the time for years and years.
Do it for your friends in
and
business.
China.
But if I'm vaccinated, why do I need the mask?
Yeah.
Why do I need the mask?
It's fashionable now, Ray. You want to be one of us or what?
No, I'll give you another example. This is how little we know about these things, right? So I'm with a guy yesterday, and he's got a mask, but it's got a vent on it, right? It's a one-way vent. So it will filter the air that he is breathing, but if he's got COVID-19, there's nothing that filters it on the way out. There's a vent.
Yeah.
That's why they don't want you wearing the vented mask.
And you were sure to tell him that.
Polly Eric, I don't tell him anything. No, he tells me stuff. That's the way that works. I mean, Polly Eric guy speaks 18 languages and knows everything about everything. No, and so if he was wearing that, I figured I would wear it too. But that's my recollection is they were saying no vented mask because really the only person you're preventing, you're protecting is yourself. And selfish. Selfish what? Where was I? 8:38 in the morning. Mana's all excited because she's going to get to leave early, and I've already talked to 20 till. Mana's got her last look at news next.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
The vaccine is officially here, and we aren't just talking about the COVID vaccine, but a financial vaccine at Bank Pacific. We may not be doctors, but we can help you with your financial health. Whether to take advantage of today's crazy low rates, or just a local bank that has your back. At Bank Pacific, we want to help make 2021 your best year yet. Because for 66 years, where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What's that, Chili's? That's what we'll do. Miami and I will go and we'll get our vaccines, and then we'll celebrate our vaccination over Chili's. She'll, of course, be 25. I'll be 53. Chili's has the seafood 63 you crave and the flavors that you love this Lenten season. Indulge in delicious Lent-friendly soups, salads, apps, and entrees. And they got that air conditioning system from Docomo Pacific Business that you get to try. I think there's actually, you know what? There's QR codes on the wall there. And you can put your phone in front of the QR code and then get to see the actual dashboard to see just how clean the air is that you're breathing the next time you're over at Chili's. Second floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza. Oh, now we're talking about food on Facebook. That's all right. You know, it's only Tuesday. And, we're talking, are there big stories out there? Is there really? Come on, Ray. Anything big, earth-shattering? Will the heavens open up with just goodness and love and light because there's such a great news that you report? No. So we can talk about food. Pam Duvall, bacon-wrapped shrimp is one of my favorite appetizers. Are we going to? You're forcing me now. You're forcing me to bring up a place called Ivory from some years ago.
Oh yeah.
They've put Shirley's back in that building, and there must be some kind of real estate thing going up because I thought I saw some signs up there for Ellen's Realty. Have you seen that?
I have, yeah.
You have?
Stuff's popping up right there.
So the question that I've got is that a hotel? It was originally the Hamilton Arms and some other, hot sheet name that it had once upon a time in the 60s and 70s. It was kind of a seedy, seamy kind of just
it's
when
the
you
red light district
you
of
want
Guam.
to wash your hands when you just pass by the place. But they whoever the new owners are, they put a lot of work into it, and it looks like many of those units now are available. For, I don't know, long-term, short-term.
Yeah, I hear it's renting apartment or condominium style setup.
You know, if it wasn't in that part of Antigua, I'd actually... No, I'm serious.
It's cleaned up down there, right?
It's
kind of cleaned up.
The front part and the back side. It's never been what I'd refer to as, I don't know, it's good to be armed. When you're in that area, good to have a means to defend yourself sometimes. And there's the zombie walk that takes place about 5:30, 6 o'clock at night, and people zombie walk from where they were getting fed earlier to where they're going to get fed now, and then they're going to eventually make their way across to Boat Basin, and all of that. At least that's the way it was before. But anyway, so I don't know, but I pondered that. I pondered that as a view of some kind of a gentrification from the area from about where Moylan's is, all the way down to, I'd take it all the way down to the Pigo Cemetery, just that whole area. That's why I wanted to make that the Green Mile, when Clinton Ridgell was talking about his marijuana legislation. I wanted to make sure that that monies were set aside so that or that arrangements could be made so that it was a pro-business, progressive area where people could go put some sweat equity into the buildings that they're going to be renting for their cafes and restaurants and marijuana stores, and the clothing and apparel and sports stores that no doubt would grow up alongside with those if they were able to get some kind of tax treats, tax benefits as a result of doing business there. And I thought that would be a great place to start. That whole area where Diana's was. Can you imagine? I mean, now that they've gotten that taken down to foundation, there's a new House of Chin Phi in the area, and there's that one at least pink building. I think it's a daycare.
Yeah.
Did you know what that was? That was going to be a bar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where the old jungle? Was it jungle there before?
In that area, yeah, across from across the street from the place. So something say they built this thing, and I can't remember what the name of it. Baldonado was involved with it to a degree. He passed away a few years ago, but I went there and had a couple of rounds on the house when they were going to be a new kind of happening Anigua bar. And you know what happened? The admiral put the place off limits, virtually the entire area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know why?
Wing commander.
Yeah, because everybody kept getting run over. You got bar on one side of the street and strip joint on the other side of the street.
Oh, that's what that was over there.
And so you get these guys that get all hammered on one place, and then, hey, let's go across the street. There's looking pretty girls, and we go over there, and they'd run across Marine Corps Drive, and about once a day, somebody get run over trying to cross Marine Corps Drive. And I think that and a few other things, because this was back in the olden days where there was no gays in the military. And so they didn't quite believe any of the stories, so they put those places off limits. 8:45 in the morning, 888-8255-888-TALK. What do we got? A couple of notes here. Sandra Ray just saying, thank you, Daphne Shimazu, for staying on top of things, clearly from last hour. Pam Duvall referring to my underwear story about having to travel outside of the States. Right? No, I can't get access to my suitcase, so all I've got is my carry-on. Somebody had asked if I wonder if he will travel with extra underwear next time. Yes. 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 A backpack that I travel with has got a secret clean underwear compartment and a secret deodorant and toothbrush department. So I carry all of that stuff just in case I never see my suitcase again. Then I've at least got a couple of changes of vital innerwear to put on. Post Canteen, so that's $15K to completely be. Oh, Post Canteen, I got posted last night. They're doing a fundraiser up there, right? Real Joe? Just say right. Okay, so they're doing a fundraiser over at Post Canteen, and it involves something with a deck of cards. There it is. He says, we had a great weekend at the canteen. Thank you to all the people that came out. There was no jackpot winner, rollover, and jackpot currently at $1,233. Tickets are just $1 a piece. The next drawing is going to be Friday at 7 p.m. at Post Canteen up at Jigo by the Bang of Guam that they've got up there. See you all soon. So that's the word I got from those guys. This is not easy money. It's difficult, I think, but they got it. As far as I know now, with the game post, when you do this, you discard the card that is not the winner. So if Real Joe goes out there, picks a card, and it's not the winning card, then you discard that, right? So the pool of cards gets smaller and smaller as the pot grows and grows. So the odds have got to get to being pretty good. I mean, you've already got a 1 in 52 shot at winning day one. So at this point, week to week to week, my guess is that the odds are improving significantly. Don't have him on the line to talk about that, but maybe he'll drop me some information. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. 847. Bob Kelly is on the line. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning. I just want to do some recollections about Anigua.
Wait, because Mana's Mana didn't do the news yet. I've been riffing, and Mana hasn't said anything until now. Can you hold on a second?
I would like to listen to Mana's news. Just have her do it in a really perfect way.
I'll do my best. I don't know.
The last one of the day.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, let me put you on standby ready mode. Now, Montecito Vataran with, it's hot in here now with all of today's news or just a little snippet of it. It's 8:48. What happened?
Well, there was that fatal crash that took place along Route 8 in Barrigada. Police are still on the scene, and it's still affecting traffic. Motorists are being rerouted as they investigate. Details still unavailable at this time, but we do know it is a fatality near the subway and SK laundromat area. It is affecting north and southbound traffic. The new COVID variant is here, but health officials say it's a good sign because they are seeing low infection rates here. 4 new cases reported out of 585. In the latest round of testing, there are 27 people who remain in active isolation, just 1 in the hospital. Meanwhile, the vaccination committee has expanded the eligibility. Now 16 years and older may get their shot. Those vaccination clinics do continue this week at the University of Guam, as well as in the villages. In Jotnya, they are at the gym today from 9 to 3, and then in Barrigada, they'll be there on Friday from the same time. And it is a World Meteorological Day. A proclamation signing will be held this morning in celebration of that. That will be at 10:30, and Landon wants you to check out the governor's Facebook Live to watch that happen. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
So I said Landon and Brandon, just trying to be all-inclusive, but really there's only the one, right?
There's 2.
There's 2.
Yeah.
Okay, just checking.
And they both do the weather thing.
Absolutely. Both musicians. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Yes, the territorial band as well. 8:49 in the morning, and this up on the screen here. Guys, I need your help. In the middle of an argument, with my wife, she told me that I'm right. What the hell do I do next?
Run.
It's a trap.
Run, man.
Say it repeatedly. You're right. You're right. You're right.
It's a trap. What's gonna happen is you're gonna get all high on yourself, and you're going to start saying more words. And unlike what the cops will say when they read you the Miranda Act, all your words can be used against you in or out of a court of law. 8:50 in the morning, and here's Bob Kelly back on the line. Good morning, Bob.
Yeah, nothing technical. I just wanted to make a couple comments on the Enigma because I was somewhat peripherally involved in the whole time period of what you're talking about. You kind of combine 2 different things. Originally, the house that is now a nurse, by the way, Mono was not a daycare worker. She was a preschool teacher. If you don't believe me, just ask my daughter.
Okay, it's true.
Yeah. Anyway, that was her first teacher.
He's going to get misty. Bob's going to get misty again. Remember the last time he called when the cat died? He went all misty on us. It's okay.
Nah, okay. So anyway, going back, do you remember Uncle Bob's that was right at the gate for many, many years?
Down at in Sumai?
Yes.
Yeah.
He closed that down and moved and built that place in Anigua for the military. Primarily, that was his bread and butter. And he built the thing up, and it had some really good food, by the way. But what happened is that whole area got put off limits, not because of the people crossing the street, because this was actually later, because I'll go back to the earlier when it got put off limits for something else. It was because there was too many people being attacked by, in the words of the Admiral then, the gay folks hanging around in Anigua.
Oh, I got it. No, I remember some of that. I remember that conversation. But it feels like it was at different times.
The jungle was where Pedro's ice plant used to be.
Yes.
The problem with the jungle, this is in the early 90s, mid-90s, like 94, 95, 96. They were also attracting the military, and you were correct. Across the street were the strip bars, and people were crossing the street drunk.
Texas.
But the reason so many of the sailors were getting drunk is this is when we had the 18, 19, and 20-year-olds drinking. And the jungle had a special that for like $15 you could get all you could drink for an hour. Now, whether we talk about sailors, soldiers, or freshmen, sophomores in college, what is an 18, 19, or 20-year-old going to do when they walk in a bar and put down $15 for all they can drink?
Long Island iced teas, please.
And so they managed to get smashed in an hour and then decide to cross the street, and that was where there was all the accidents, and that got put off limits. And so it was actually
good times,
the
Bob.
Jungle and the crossing the street, which was separate from where Uncle Bob's was a little bit.
All right, but good times, and thanks very much for the memories. I'm wondering how many the statute of limitations may have run out on that kind of thing. But wouldn't it be something if we could take that entire corridor, and once upon a time it was a retail business center on Guam. I'm old enough to remember buying my shoes over at my Buster Brown's over at I want to say it was at Diana's. Was there for years.
And you had Mark's department store there, which is now the courthouse.
Mark's Walgreen was in that area, and when you're all done with that, then you went, is it Dairy Queen or Snow White? And get yourself some soft serve ice cream.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good memories, huh?
No, it's incredible memories. And I will never, ever get tired of talking about growing up in Agani and growing up on Guam. Never, ever. It's just been too much fun. It's too much, and too many of these places have come and gone over the years. Oh, man. So we can spend all morning long just talking about places to go and get something to eat.
Even places that are great today. Like I love, well, I haven't been there too much because of COVID the last year, but GPO is a really nice place. But you still got to miss the old donuts that used to get made in there and the little chicken stand that was in there. And at that time, King's was actually in the same building as
Gibson's.
As the store that was in there. Well, it was that Hawaiian store that was a great big one for groceries and everything else.
Oh,
now I got a memory blank.
Yeah. But sure.
It was anyway. That was actually shopping then was fun. I mean, I still even remember going to the Ganya Shopping Center when we had the big department store in there.
Oh, Townhouse.
Townhouse. Yeah, that was by Christmas, 3 or 4 days before Christmas. That was our big place to hit for everything.
Oh, something about it just magical about those places. Before going to Take 5.
Oh yes, I occasionally got invited. I was kind of young back in those days, in my 30s. So the senior people meeting there, including your father, John Anderson. Let's see, accountant
Wally Burgess.
Wally Burgess, yes. I mean that was where I could go and learn from the elders.
And they were a bunch of elderly folks, come to think of it. Listen, I'm going to let you run here. Got a bigger name on line 2?
Let's hear it.
Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Going to get the message out here. People, you need to start saving money and getting straight with utilities. If you have been one of those folks that, sorry, COVID-19, can't pay my bill. It's for many of us now several months into COVID-19, and hopefully the accounts, the balances haven't been stacking up too much. Simon Sanchez on the line. Good morning, Si.
Morning, Ray. Hey, Bob Kelly's a big name. When it comes to telecom, he's the dude. And, of course, I wanted to hear the Wally Burgess, Bill Gibson stories. That, they solved all the problems in the world at Take 5 before they had to go back and deal with the real world.
Yeah, well, but I think
that was
those were among his favorite hours of the day. Pop would leave early and go and get everything opened up at the Employers Council, which is about where Carabao is now, and then walk across the way. And his favorite story would be about just the transportation angle of it. That was the daily gauge on how the hospitality industry was doing on Guam, because if he walked across Skinner Plaza and there were a lot of tour buses, then things are going good. When he'd walk across Skinner Plaza and there weren't a whole lot of tour buses, then give us an indication that maybe things were tightening up in the industry.
Yeah, now we have to listen to his son tell us what's going on.
Hey, I don't know, did you get a chance to run by Father Duenas last night?
Yes, I did. I stopped by Mr. Forbes, South Speaker Forbes, and his family and Polly Forbes. And, the FD Brotherhood was there. Frank Leon Guerrero, Benny Ferger, class of 75 when I was there. And the impression I got, and of course, typical FD, they had a computer for your phone number and they were tracking this. But, well good, well done. And then I think class of, I want to say Phil Carbolito's class, maybe 71, were gathering to come over. And then I ran over to Polly Gus's Rosary, and there was a classmate of mine, Peter Manabusen. So yeah, yesterday was a day of remembrance of good people, yeah, it was good. So
well, it took me a second to drive off the campus. I don't get a chance to go by there as often, obviously, as I did when I was in high school, and I'm not one for the alumni games, and maybe I've seen a few shows at the Phoenix Center, but every once in a while, it's just nice to kind of drive around that property or walk around that campus and take in some of the memories of, for me, 5 years at Father Duenas.
Yeah, it was a good orientation for us. It brought us into the adult world, and then every senior year you'd walk into John Forbes' class and he would say, "Sit down and shut up." Which you and I always had trouble with the shut up part. But,
could never do it. Could never do it. Hey, we got Fox News Live coming up in a minute, and I don't know that there's a whole lot outside of what has already been reported in the media. I guess Miguel and the guys over at GWA are trying to put a hard date, or considering a hard date for when to return to charging everybody for the utilities, for the services at GWA.
The GWA is proposing May. John B. was looking at it. We've asked both of them at last week's work sessions. We said, you guys get together and come back to us tonight at the regular monthly session, and where we make the final decisions. And let's what is your decision? And let's obviously make sure we get the word out. But that is the proposal from GWA mid-May, and I think GPA is going to be similar, because one of the things the only two remarkable things. So 96% of our ratepayers are current. Done a great job with despite the craziness that we've gone through. So we're talking about a couple thousand accounts. But once they heard there were no disconnections, guess what? They didn't need a payment plan. So we went from a lot of payment plans to no payment plans. Well, now once we set a date, if you are struggling, we'll work with you and set up a payment plan. And most folks have managed to stay current, and as the economy reopens, that'll be good. And keep that federal assistance coming out to everybody, because that's how they're doing it. I'm on a bank board as well, and we're still pleasantly surprised about the lower rate of delinquencies than we expected. In fact, the meetings we're having now, exactly a year ago, we were just going into COVID. So it's like, well, what did we think was going to happen? And then now a year later, what actually happened? But there is still some concern that there's sort of some pent-up default out there when the federal money ends, and as the economy still works its way back. But like you said earlier, the traffic's up, places are reopening, restaurants are getting busier. That's all good. That's local economics. That's federal money coming in. And once we can get that tourism money to supplement, because it's still pretty empty in Tucson in terms of buildings and hotels and. Not a lot of visitors. DFS isn't open. Some institutions are still basically shut down. Yeah. So, but
what happens with those guys? I mean, we're not talking about my $65 a month water bill here. I mean, you're talking about full-on businesses, hotels, and the like. What happens with those guys if they're facing arrears, or were many of them able to continue to pay?
No, they're not facing arrears, because so we've seen a huge drop in hotel wastewater volume, and the sister to that is hotel water volume, right? Because there's nobody in the hotels. Now, the employees of the hotels went home, and the water bills are going up at home, but those are far more tolerable than the hotel bills. But they didn't pay GWA. I mean, I used to pay Miguel $10,000 a month. Now I'm only paying him $3,000 a month, because I don't have $7,000 worth of water customers. And so all of those folks it was easy to keep up with the bill, other than we didn't have any customers. We're reaching into our own pockets, right? And so the buildings are here, and we just need the visitors to come back. And everything you're talking about. When is Japan ready, more comfortable to travel? When is Korea? When all of that happens, at least Guam, on our side of the equation, I think we're doing pretty good. I heard you earlier say the same thing. Even though Ray Gibson hasn't gotten a shot, the rest of us folks, have gotten a shot, and trying to stay healthy. And I just came from a gym, and people are still putting on masks. It's almost like a habit now. I just still throw my mask on when I walk in and out, even though I go, I don't really need to do this, and I got 2 shots.
I've got mask infrastructure in the car and at the house. I've got the hook at the house where I've got 3 or 4 masks for just being in the village, and there's 2 or 3 masks in the car at all times, because otherwise I'm going to get caught out of sorts and have to buy one when I get to the store. A couple of minutes after 9. So I appreciate your time on all this, and we'll wait and see. But folks, if if you need the help while it's still available, go in there and start putting your payment plans together and get right with them. And then when this is all done, we'll start talking about how we can get square with the utilities.
Just what Ray said. Thank you, Ray. Get the word out, and we'll work with you.
I appreciate
take care.
it. You know I will. We'll jump into Fox News Live for a couple of minutes.
And some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me. Subscribe to the Ben Domenech podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
The Supreme Court will take another look at the sentence of the Boston Marathon bomber.
The justices have agreed to consider reinstating Dzhokhar Tsarnaev's death sentence, which was thrown out by an appeals court last year. Tsarnaev admitted to helping his brother set off 2 bombs at the Boston Marathon in 2013, killing 3 people and injuring hundreds more. In overturning the sentence, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit ruled the judge at his trial did not do enough to ensure an unbiased jury. The Supreme Court will take up the case this fall. President Biden, a devout Catholic, has vowed to try to end the death penalty. Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
More than 1.5 million people went through airport security yesterday, the largest number since the pandemic began, according to the TSA. It's the 11th straight day that the agency has screened more than 1 million people, and airline executives say they've seen an increase in bookings during the last few weeks, but they say passenger traffic is still below 2019 levels. A major donut chain offering incentives to people who get the COVID vaccine.
Anyone who gets the COVID vaccine can now also get a free Krispy Kreme glazed donut just by showing up in person with their vaccination card. And they can do it every day for the rest of the year. No purchase required. The company saying whatever little things brands can do to help Americans make it past the pandemic is a good thing. The chain, which is not requiring vaccinations, is also giving employees up to 4 hours of paid time off to get their vaccine doses. Some other companies supporting workers who get vaccinated with paid time off or gift cards include Target, Dollar General, Kroger, and Publix. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Microsoft says it will begin bringing its employees back to the office in suburban Seattle March 29th. More than 5,000 people work in the company's headquarters in Redmond, Washington, 15 miles east of Seattle. Wall Street, the Dow gained 103. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
You've heard of double mile credit card rewards? You can forget all about that. At First Hawaiian Bank, we're stepping it up. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not even 4 times. You guessed it. First Hawaiian Bank is giving you 5 times the miles. Use your First Hawaiian Bank credit card and get rewarded 5 miles for every dollar spent with qualifying purchases at grocery stores. Plus 20,000 bonus miles. Learn more at any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com to apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Half a day. This is Jade Uggan from Security Title, and in celebration of Tomorrow Month, here is a tip on dealing with your land. You might be thinking of giving part of your property to your child or another family member. Once you have subdivided the property and recorded the map, you will also need to record the deed transferring the title. Just drawing the map is not enough to make sure they actually own the land. Protehi I Tanonmu. When it comes to your family land, call the professionals at Security Title. We are here to help.
Did you know that indoor air can be up to 5 times more polluted than outdoor air? Meet the world's smartest all-in-one air purification system, Aura Air. Suitable for all businesses with patented filters that disinfect the air from bacteria, viruses, mold, odors, and more. It also provides real-time monitoring for indoor and outdoor air quality, all at the convenience of a user-friendly mobile app. Get your Aura Air today by calling 688-2677. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
So I've got a thing with the pizza up on the screen, and Real Joe says I got to do a Wendy's commercial. Oh, so that's so my head's in a couple of different places.
Okay.
Let me get into the Wendy's space. Can I just take me a second? And in order to do that, I've got to think internationally. I need to think about being up in the Aleutian Islands, where you can see Russia from there. Remember what's her name?
Yeah.
And going out there with my rod and reel and throwing it in the water and pulling out a big pollock. They're not small fish. That pollock can be a lot of meat on that pollock, and a lot of meat is destined to show up on the panko breadcrumb fried sandwich waiting for you over at Wendy's. It's the big deal for Lent, and one of my favorite parts. It's one of those where you go, why isn't this on the menu all the time? Great way to get your Lent on over at Wendy's. Anyways, the deal is they got this crispy panko fish fillet fried up until it's the right kind of golden brown. Top that with a creamy dill tartar sauce, lettuce, American cheese, and you know what? I said the word dill, and now I think I need to feel the crunch of a pickle. Good thing they put pickles on those as well. Find that for lunch today over at Wendy's. Grab that in a combo with fries and strawberry iced tea. Panko crusted fish fillet sandwiches. It's quick, it's simple, it's quality at Wendy's. Now that's better.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
We get me talking about old places where we used to be able to go and get a bite to eat here. And many times people would say, Ray, where do you think the best cheeseburger is on Guam? And for a long time, my answer was the House of Chin Phi. Not the new one, the old one. The old one, which is, I don't know, H-Mart or something like that, H-Bomb Mart in Antigua. But it used to be a place called the House of Chin Phi, and it was a Chinese restaurant, but run by Chinese menu and all of that stuff. But they made a really good cheeseburger, and no, dude, exactly,
really?
yeah. So hand thrown piece of meat, plain old vanilla American cheese on American bakery bread. That was it, but they'd wrap it in tin foil. So you had it almost, like your grandmother would cook it. And you could eat those things, a couple of pickles on the inside, some ketchup and Tabasco. Just in heaven.
No cats outside, huh?
Nothing like it. But you go, and now, I mean, it's gotten so much better. I mean, there's really, really good burgers now. But that's the standard in my head is the flavor of the guy cooking that ground beef and maybe some other stuff over that grill that's had the same grease in it since 1965.
Seasoned.
Right? Oh, seasoned. Super. Oh, the smell of the fries that came with it, too. You can almost feel it. 888-255-888-TALK. 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning is the telephone. No, that's the time here at the radio station. I already gave you the number. On the phone now. Got a couple of guys. Cousin Troy, hold on a second. I got Captain Vaccine on the line. And that's Mark Scott, Captain Mark Scott from the Guard and Reserve here on Guam. Good morning, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Real Joe. You know, House of Chin Phi also had the best crab rangoons back then. I don't know if you remember those too, but they were some of the best things you could get.
You know what? Maybe I'll swing by the new place and see what they've got out there. Maybe there's something else that has managed to overtake that. Good news is Shirley's is back in the Antigua area right about now. So there's something else where we can go and tease our taste buds.
Yeah, as if we haven't gained enough weight during the pandemic. It's time to go out and gain some more.
Oh, that's fact. Well, you know what? It's either that or you and I finally have a chance now to go and, without anybody looking at us the wrong way, have a toast to the great job that guardsmen and women have been doing. Have they lifted now the embargo on guardsmen and women from Guam being able to get into bars?
Yeah, that's right. So, following guidance from Joint Region, investing under the One Guam thing. Yes, that's right. Over the weekend, we published a memorandum saying that all the people in the Guard on full-time status are hereby allowed to patronize bars. So I'll buy you a round. Ray, you buy me one, and we'll cheers each other. You did a good job, too.
Carabao, bro. Carabao. The lamb at Carabao is bomb, and then they've got this thing there. It's spring rolls, but it's got Reuben. What's a corned beef in it?
Yeah, Reuben.
Yeah, Reuben.
Reuben.
Yeah, and then you dip the thing in. No, not a sandwich. It's like lumpia with Reuben in it, with the corned beef in it, and you dip it into this Thousand Island dressing. And wash that down with. Yeah. Well, you get there early because if you get there at the wrong time, it's the guys will have already got it all. So that's point number one. We want to find out when that was going to take place. Couldn't get a hold of you Friday, but the good news is over the weekend. So bars and places like that where there were formerly off limits, the men and women can now go and hang out. Now the other thing is, I don't know if they asked you guys about it, but we're going to be expanding now the vaccinations provided to the people of Guam starting at age 16.
That's right, Ray. And we do have Dr. Louis Cruz, who's the incident commander over at the Fieldhouse Clinic. He's on the vaccine. So he's on that committee that, they all talk about what's the next greatest thing to do.
Yeah.
And he was in that meeting when the governor, took her aggressive stance to say, hey, let's speed this thing up. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's liberate Guam quicker. And you know what? We're down. Let's do it. It's going to come with maybe the possibility of a little bit more wait times. You might want to bring some snacks and drinks and things like that. But we don't really foresee anything too doomy and gloomy, just because of what we've seen so far. The people of Guam are patient. We all look out for each other. We like to keep things safe. And even though there's expanded eligibility, we're looking forward to just getting things done sooner.
The idea of having more and more people lined up at the same time, that doesn't really bother me. But will there be opportunities for the Guard to be able to amplify the number of men and women that are there, so that we'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning, go until about 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and just move your guys through in shifts?
Yes, Ray. I'll tell you, there's a whole laundry list of things that we're looking at right now. We may not get it implemented by 11 o'clock, but some of the things that are on the list that we're talking about right now is, yes, the possibility of expanded hours, expanded staff. We're looking at bringing in the food trucks. If possible, we're in talks with the UOG about that. A whole bunch of stuff that, we're going to try to make things easier, a little more comfortable, a little more pleasant for all of our friends and family that come through.
I'm delighted that everybody seems to be thinking along the same page and along the same lines. The governor's plan is to get 62,500 people vaccinated by May. That's a short amount of time, and even though it feels like we're about 49% of the way, there's a whole lot more arms that need to get jabs, first and second inoculations. Of course, my understanding is that the student age, 16 to 18, will only be able to get the Pfizer. Is that right? That's your understanding?
Yes, that's what I saw too, Ray, on the release last night. It looks like they're only eligible for Pfizer-BioNTech if you're 16 or 17, and you got to go with your parent or legal guardian and bring some ID.
All right.
That's what I'm learning too.
Any thought about doing that, taking some of the process and just doing it in the schools where the kids might already be?
I've heard of that too, right? And the more help we can get, the better. The way I see it, Ray, this is just my personal opinion. That's what makes Guam be so far ahead of other places. We've got people willing to jump in and help is always welcome. I've even heard that the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association is looking at doing their own vaccine clinic as well. And what a great way for all of us to come together and join the fight, as we always do.
Well, I think it's going to be interesting over the next couple of days to see who are going to be among the first in line when all of this happens. Now, Bono was asking earlier, somebody was brought it up, are we not getting enough Johnson & Johnson to be able to be effective with this right now? It seems to me that maybe we've only got a couple of thousand rounds of Johnson & Johnson on the island, and from the sound of it, we sure could use more.
Yeah, so that's a good question for public health, probably a little bit more, Ray. But I did hear a couple of folks say that they've ordered more, and that the intention for use of Johnson & Johnson might be more of like an outreach thing, to go out into the community and try to get folks vaccinated who might not have access to one of the clinics.
My understanding.
But then again, my little lane at the UOG clinic representing the Guard, I can't really speak like as an expert on that right now.
Gotcha. Well, I tell you what, I don't want to keep you on too long. I know how busy you guys are, and it's a tall order to get us all these vaccinations done. So I'm going to let you get back to sterilizing arms.
Well, thanks, Ray. Yeah, and we don't want to scare anyone away. Everyone knows that there might be some more people lining up, but please don't let that come on down anyway. We're trying to manage the expectations of possibly some more wait times, but don't let that discourage you. Come on down. We love you. We thank you all for coming through, and we appreciate your support.
Captain Vaccine Mark Scott with the Guard and Reserve. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
Thanks, Brother Ray. Take care, everybody.
You know what, Ada, and the offer stands. I'll be over at Carabel a little bit later on, and love to treat you to some great homegrown beer that they've got there.
I can't stop thinking about those Reuben egg rolls or whatever.
Dude, life changer. Try it out. I'll see you at 9:16 in the morning. Cousin Troy is online.
Good morning.
Half a like Cousin Troy. What you been up to?
Well, I woke up late, so I'm just trying to catch up with the day.
Now I noticed that. Normally you've been in the top 10 or darn close to it over the last couple of days. What kept you up last night?
I smoked some weed.
Normally that would put you to sleep. Normally, would that not?
It didn't keep me up. It just caused me to sleep a lot longer.
Oh, I see. All right. So it wasn't you weren't using it. Can I just a buddy of mine gave me some candy the other day. Wait, maybe I've said too much. But anyway, 9:17 in the morning. Cousin Troy's got his finger on the pulse.
I would love some just as a as a little note, I would love some.
I'll see if I can make a connection between, and they're cute. They're like little army men or something like that. They're fun. You start with the head. Anyway, as I was looking to see if you are still following the same bunch of stories. And did you do the jib jab? Are you responsible for the jib jab that came out? Oh, my God, this is hilarious. Hold on a second. Let me get this up on the screen. Somebody did a jib jab of the Republican minority over at the 36th Guam legislature, soon to get hashtag, and it's a jib jab of the song. You know the song, What the Fox Says?
No, what is that? I'm so behind.
Oh my God! Yeah, you are by a couple of years. All right, I'm gonna take a chance and play a little bit of this because I think it's funny. So the way the jib jab works is they take out the face of whoever's in the actual music video and they superimpose other faces. And in this case, somebody I thought might be you went through and got them their all of the pictures of the representative of the minority, except Jim Moylan doesn't seem to be in this. And it's all in the What Does the Fox Say? And the Fox is represented in this video by, looks like Senator Tello Taitigui. Tris Duenas. There's Joanne Brown. Tello again.
How did they fit Joanne in the
I'll send it to you, and another reason why I think maybe it came from you is because one of the characters is dressed as a cow, and that's all I'm going to say about that. It's 9:19 in the morning. Have you come up with anything else on the coup with Jim over at the legislature? I thought you made a good point in one of your riffs yesterday, talking about how is it possible that the legislature demands openness and transparency from every department, agency, board, and commission in the government of Guam, but they can go into caucus. There's no records. There's no meeting notices. There's no recordings or anything that's made.
Yeah, actually, I got that from listening to Senator Moylan on your show when you asked him, so what happened? And he said, I can't tell you because of caucus. And I just thought that was just the craziest. I mean, not that this is Jim Moylan's fault, but the law on this is just ridiculous. That everybody else has to submit to open government except the people who made the open government law.
And what decisions are being made in the caucus? And can you imagine the power of the majority caucus that frankly doesn't really need the Republicans around to get their initiatives handled?
Yeah, I mean, any other board and commission, if you had 15 members on a board and 8 of them being the majority met in a special meeting, they had the power to make decisions, and those 8 of them could constitute a quorum. All it takes is 5 of them to make a decision, and you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
What do you make of some of the other news and headlines that we're talking about these days? The flurry of COVID-related stories that came out yesterday with the California variant. Kids 16 and up can now get their vaccines. They're talking about maybe increasing the occupancy in certain businesses up to 75%. Can you see the light at the end of the tunnel there, cuz?
Actually, I've been seeing the light at the end of the tunnel for the past month. It looks like the administration's on this trajectory to reopen the island fully, and it seems like it's going faster than normal. And I heard something. I was listening to not the Jim Bohannon show. I was listening to one of those shows on your station, actually on Fox, and someone made the point all of this is happening. The reopening of the country, and nobody in the media likes to talk about how, well, this was really Trump's vaccine. And when everybody was doubting that Trump would get this vaccine done, Trump was the only one saying this vaccine is the answer. Let's just put all of our eggs into this basket and look where we are now.
Oh, and he fast-tracked the hell out of that thing, Operation Warp Speed. I thought it was a great decision and put the right people behind it. And now we've got a couple of vaccines and a third one that has emerged, and I'm sure that there's going to be others between now and when this is done that will deal not just with COVID-19, but maybe the variants that we're getting. I was reading something, a medical journal that was talking about there should not be a problem with the variants. what they're finding in some of the testing that they're doing right now, and actual real time stuff is the vaccines and the antibodies that you get from COVID-19 seem to be sufficient right now in dealing with these variants that are out there. And obviously, if that weren't the case, then maybe the California variant would have been a little bit more of a problem for public health and the people of Guam. As it turns out, it did not work out that way. So that in and of itself is good news. But I tell you what, there's a lot of times I'm starting to really wonder about this Biden presidency, and the only I'll say it in one word: China. China, I tell you what, is beginning to loom large in my thoughts, and I don't like it.
So like, it just seems like the country's on the brink of war. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah.
You know, yesterday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan tweeted. He said something along the lines of, "Taiwan is a sovereign and independent nation. We do not kowtow to the People's Republic of China."
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, holy crap! If that's not a declaration of war, that's certainly a declaration of independence. And then, you know, just a few days prior to that,
well, that's going to put the United States of America into a position where we are now going to have to worry about first and second chain commitments that we have made to nations in this part of the world, including Taiwan, including Japan, including the Philippines. And it was just in the last 24 hours or so, the Philippine defense minister has, quote, asked China to remove the flotilla off those disputed islands that they've got there. And that's not the first time there's been a scrap with the Philippines and China. Now, you got Vietnam, and I think Myanmar.
North Korea. And this is all in our backyard. And it's not just worrying about our commitments. There was an actual renewal of our commitment between the Secretary of Defense and the Minister of Defense of Japan met in Tokyo just a few days ago to renew specifically their commitment to their alliance with Taiwan in case China tries anything. And then, you know, President Biden falls on that plane a few times, or on the stairs of the plane a few times, and we have the Chinese and the Russian president openly laughing and mocking our president. And I don't know.
Would not have done that during the Trump times, that's for sure. And it's not that much of a chess game to figure out if the Chinese, who could eat everybody in this area for breakfast, decided that they wanted to get into a shooting match. It's a handful of nukes, and our part would be over pretty quick. But it's a handful of nukes, and then they just would be able to walk to all of these places that they want to take over, and then just take them over with nobody else to give them any hesitancy in movement.
Well, at least we'll have, if the Chinese ever came to invade, you know, we can all start to ally with their ally, the CNMI governor.
Hey, did you ever get confirmation of whether or not he was able to walk through the airport or get snuck out the back way?
He canceled his trip.
They did then, huh?
Yeah, he canceled his trip.
Oh, he canceled the trip. Okay, all right.
Canceled, yeah.
Withering attention from Cousin Troy in Candid News. One last thing, and this is me. I will admit to a blind spot in my understanding of how the government works. There is a report that comes out from BBMR that goes to the legislature, and it's called the CRER, the Consolidated Revenue and Expenditure Report. Now, you would think that this would be the easiest thing for somebody with the sense that God gave horses to be able to read, comprehend, understand, and then make some kind of rational decision based on the information that is presented in the CRER. And I got it. I think, is this deliberately obtuse?
No. It's something that's very difficult for the administration to actually have formatted that way and to put out. So first, that report, the CRER, is, as it's called, the consolidator, right? The consolidation of reporting requirements of different laws. So it was back in either the late days of the Camacho administration or the early days of the Calvo administration. BBMR and DOA got together and designed this format for, I think it's like 4 or 5 different reports required by the legislature, and it's monthly and quarterly. So this thing comes out monthly, but the reports that really matter are the December, March, June or July and September reports. It's the quarterly reports that matter, and that's because they make a significant difference on how the government moves forward. And that is that if projected revenues for the entire fiscal year in any of those quarters fall below
3%.
I'm sorry, actual collections fall below projections for that fiscal year by 3% or more, then the administration has to deliver to the legislature within 30 days a fiscal realignment plan, basically a new budget for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Mm-hmm.
And so this February report that came out, it says that there is a 6.2% variation. It doesn't trigger that realignment plan because it's not March. And I'll bet you your bottom dollar that the March report is going to be below 3% because administration.
They've got. Well, I'm looking at page 3, and you're right. There's looks like a variance of 6.62%, but the next block over, when it comes to adopted revenues, are minus 2.92.
Oh, that's right. So 2.92. Oh, wait, are you sure that's February, or are you looking at January?
Full year. FY21 adopted revenues, full year projection, FY21 revenue tracking.
Oh, you're right.
And so it's a decrease of it's off by 2.92%. So what you're saying is, now the words draft are all over this as well. Does that mean that there's a final CRER that's going to be coming out, and is that the one?
No, it's the reason it says draft is because, see, this is where the legislature got it wrong years ago, is they required these reports that don't necessarily, or actually do not conform with generally accepted accounting principles and government accounting standard board rules. And so the fiscal agencies have always been apprehensive about these reports because they're going to be published and they do not inform our creditors, the auditors, and the public of the true fiscal position of the government. So, okay, for instance, right, like you have all these notations in these reports, and one of them says, report does not include additional child tax credit reimbursements to date, which are not factored in the FY 2021 adopted level. And then it gives you the amounts that were collected in what months and whatever. There's an example of how, these reports can be off. And so the fiscal people never, ever want to put any sort of final stamp on something that is so off. And to be fair to the administration, it's not that they're trying to, I don't think, at least in these reports, they're trying to hide anything. They're just trying, and they understand that some senators are very dumb and they will never understand it. And so it's not a matter, no, I'm serious. This is real talk about what happens behind closed doors in an administration when discussing this, right? There's no way for the administration to dumb this down for the dumb senators, and there's no way for them to make this perfectly accurate for the smart ones.
Therefore, okay, so I get where we're headed. Now, I don't know where we're going to categorize this, but like I said, I got a copy of it from Jim Moylan. He's looking at that less than 3% deal, and it's still in draft form. So at some point, I think this sets the stage for possible action by the administration to deal with those numbers in a way that is prescribed by law. Whether or not Jimmy or anybody over in the minority at the legislature, or even Therese Terlai, who is the Speaker of the legislature, so it almost feels like a figurehead position these days, because I'm not seeing as much action out of that office as I'd like to see. But at any rate, will the legislature push any buttons based on this report?
Well, it can't, because what it mandates is that the 3% thing is every quarter, not every month. But if next month this report shows on that same category that it's 3% or more, then yeah, the administration, even if it calls this a draft report, it doesn't matter. The law is the law. We'll have to submit a fiscal realignment plan.
All right. Cousin Troy, got Dr. Macris on the other line here. But I'm going to leave you with this that come out. Where's this? Well, it's last year's. Somebody's got to do a check and see if we're what our Moody's rating services got us at. BA1 general obligation rating back in the day. It said that we were lousy because there weren't any tourists coming to Guam. I'm wondering where we are with Moody's these days. I'll look for that a little bit later on. 9:31. You have a great day, bud.
You too. You
Yes,
too.
amigo. 888-825-5888-TALK. Boy, I'm having fun this hour. But I haven't gotten any small talk.
Oh, you got a big name, too, coming up.
I got Dr. George Macris on the line. And I want to get, because this is a doctor guy, right? This is an actual MD, working actual MD, except for the playtime that seems to be getting a little bit more frequent and a little bit longer duration in Costa Rica. Good morning, Dr. Macris.
Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Guam. Good morning, everybody. How you doing?
You know what? I'm just absolutely groovy. I got a taste in my mouth for lamb beer and some of those spring rolls that they've got over at Carol. When you get back here, dude, I'm going to take you out because we have got great restaurants that have opened since you've come and gone, and some really groovy craft beer that's running around.
Yeah, I mean, 75, maybe sometimes 100% of your talk reminds me of places I've been to. You know, I spent so much time on Guam. I know those little places, like, you know, where the great hamburgers were, and even the story about the jungle. I mean, all that stuff, it brings flashbacks in this very peaceful, conservative community that I live in.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about you. You're back in Miami, right? You're back around Central Florida?
Well, I'm north of Tampa. I'm in Tarpon Springs. My son and I spent a wonderful week in Costa Rica, and we're back now, and it's cold. It's actually in the 50s in Florida, but yeah, I mean.
Well, but I'm turning my head at all these stories I'm getting out of Miami here, and now forget about a curfew because of COVID-19 and lockdown. They got a curfew because it's spring break and they can't control the kids.
Well, it's going to be, you know, just like Guam went through its infection height during pre-holidays when the lockdown accelerated the infection in Guam, and you basically infected I would like to say a herd immunity percent just after Christmas. We'll see what happens with all the variants. Florida has every variant, all the variants, and what will happen if COVID does not significantly spike after spring break. Then we know it's over.
Sure.
Like it was over in Guam in December.
Well, and about the same time we were sending off the samples to the CDC, finally got the paperwork on that. Looks like we've got the California variant here that's supposed to be 20% more infectious. But again, you watch the same numbers as I do, and if that was going to be a factor, then imagine how much less we would have if we didn't have the California version, the California variant.
Well, the fact is, I think you're looking at it from a different perspective. It's just that you already have a large number of many people on Guam are already immune because those lockdowns, when the government didn't react to this with the increasing infection rate, which is probably higher than anywhere in the U.S., if not the world, and they should have unlocked the population, they allowed them to sit together in houses and infect each other. Mm-hmm. So what you had was once again, Guam made out very well. It turns out that maybe being in the Sun Belt allowed there to be some degree of resistance, perhaps from vitamin D, perhaps from medications used in diabetes, but Guam came out well. So whether or not there's a new strain, 20% of infecting somebody that's already infected is not going to make much of a difference.
It's only math.
Right, and you can see with the plummeting numbers on Guam, even with a circulating, quote, you know, mutant strain with increased infectivity, you're not seeing it pan out where the rubber meets the road, where is the hospital and the clinic. So Guam is doing well. No one should lose sleep over this variant. And as you cited, and I was impressed by that study you dug out.
Thank you.
It shows that you retain immunity to multiple variants from natural infection or from vaccination.
Therefore, you've got the vaccine. Let's not worry so much about the variants. You've been exposed to it, maybe had COVID-19. The antibodies are going to continue to protect you from this variant.
Guam, you know, we've been talking about this. You know, you can run, but you can't hide from certain viruses, especially in cultures like in Guam where people are close to one another. But Guam was ready to open up certainly the end of December, if not January. And right now, if you know. Assuming that Guam also retains that 10 to 50% partial or complete immunity to the coronavirus, you're ready to go. So I think that I love to see what happens after spring break because that would be a signal that the world is ready to open up. And like I said, Guam is in perfect shape to be the first ones to open their doors and say, hey, look at how good we're doing and have done. Come on, visit us.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope people like former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez and Jerry Perez are listening, and also hope even some of your friends over at Mike Cruz's and Felix Cabrera's are listening as well. Take a look at what the science is telling you. Take a look at what the numbers are telling you, and continue on with your vaccination plans and keep doing what you're doing as more and more people mingle, get exposed to things, and the herd immunity starts to spread a little bit more in this community. Then it makes it so that we might be able to get to all of our goals a little bit faster. Now, up until yesterday, I was thinking purely in my own terms of whether or not I was going to get vaccinated, when I was going to get vaccinated, what kind of vaccine I was going to get. And now, for some reason, it feels like there's a little bit more urgency because we are moving very, very quickly through the decades in age, and now individuals 16 years plus are eligible for the vaccine, regardless of where they work, how they contribute to the community, any kind of eligibility otherwise that they would need to have applied to them. Anybody over 16 years of age now can go get a vaccine, including my 16-year-old daughter. Doctor, what do I tell her?
Well, I think the vaccine has proven itself to be pretty safe and is likely effective. And I think you've probably already read that, at least in theory, vaccinated individuals are not considered to be asymptomatic carriers. So that's a plus for people like you and me who like to travel, because you might be able to pass by the uncomfortable, at least the nasal test that I had to go through a few days ago to come back to the U.S., and for you to travel to places like the Philippines and elsewhere. I would recommend getting any of the vaccines if that's the reason. For one reason is it will give you some degree of immunity against a constantly mutating coronavirus, which is just in a family of many coronaviruses that we inhale every season.
Yeah.
So vaccines are good. They increase your immunity. Tell your daughter to get anyone that she can, that they will give to her. And I think Guam and some of the Pacific Islands are the only places in the U.S. jurisdictions that are allowing it as young as 16.
Okay. All right. Well, she's going to need a parent or guardian to go with her to get it. Her mother has already gotten the shots. I have not. So I'll watch and see how that plays out. But in my head, it's kind of interesting because there's a part of me that wants to wait until the very end to get it. I'm not traveling right now.
Well,
there's no signs that say I can't go to the movies or walk into this store unless I'm vaccinated. So what's the rush?
Well, Ray, there's suppressed science right now. It's like the governmental caucuses you mentioned. They keep a lid on the number of people in the community that already are pre-immune, and that could be as high as 50% of Americans. This has been, accelerated, dramatized, inflated, where billions and trillions of dollars weigh upon showing the gravity of a virus that may or may not have been tipped over one way or the other, with or without vaccines at the end of the day. But, it'll be years in a few years when there's no more political, the threats of political retaliation, they'll be able to mine serum samples as they did pre-vaccine, pre-COVID, to find that up to 10 to 50% of people already are, quote, pre-immune, and realize that we panicked over an abundance of caution, as you often say.
An abundance of caution. It's for your own safety, they say. 941, Doc, it's always a pleasure talking with you. You're up in where'd you say, near Tampa?
I'm north of Tampa, Tarpon Springs.
All right. Well, another buddy of ours is in the free zone. Matt Murphy is in your time zone, buddy.
Oh, yeah, I'll message him. He did tell me he was going to come through the area, and if I can, that he and other Guam people, I may end up meeting for a couple.
Well, he's on line one. Matt, say good morning.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Doctor, and good morning, Guam, and everybody I know out there, and everyone I don't know. I was just there, going to be closing escrow up in Lecanto, Florida, which is about an hour north. I think I drove right through Tarpon Springs.
That's okay. I wasn't there. I was in Haco.
Oh well, shoot. I would have flown down and seen it. It's so darn cheap. But there's no more abundance of caution there, like you were saying about Guam. I want to go back to Guam and get some things, but I don't want to get locked up for, a week in the hotel and then another week at home. So I'm just hanging out in California looking for that variant, but I just can't find that variant anywhere. Can you give me any tips how to get that variant? I can get immune to that too.
Well, you don't need to. I'll send you a copy of some research that's been done. It says if you've already got it, if you've got the vaccine, there's no point. Don't worry about the variants.
Yeah, well,
it's still kind of preliminary, but.
So, anyway, I look forward to seeing you next time I come there, Doctor. For sure.
Roger that. I'm looking forward to having seeing Ray and Hako.
Oh, well, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. 9:42, and maybe there's the reason, the final and ultimate reason.
We'll give him a complimentary ticket. You pay for the way there, and you tell him if he's a good boy, I'll pay for the way back. We'll split it 50-50.
Well, you're gonna have to define what a good boy is in terms of the bachelors at our age. 9:43, guys. I'm gonna run. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you, both of you soon. 888-8255-888-TALK. Why is it? It's always in this hour that I get one of those weird kind of offers.
This is the hour of power.
Must be. All right, 9:43. Real Joe's done it again. Let me yak for most of the hour without taking a break. We'll return in a second.
Experience the Take Care difference. Take Care members can count on accessing a high-quality, credentialed network of on-island providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and Urgent Care, access to an extensive off-island network of providers, and the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. You can count on Take Care to deliver comprehensive, accredited insurance coverage and quality health care when and where you need it. Take Care. Our island, your health plan. Learn more at takecareasia.com.
Chili's is bringing you a full meal offer with 3 for me for just $15. You get a beverage, a starter, and an entree. First, choose from a refreshing Coca-Cola or iced tea, pick a starter, then select your choice of a mouth-watering entree, like Cajun pasta with grilled chicken, ranchero chicken tacos, or the savory Santa Fe burger. Dine in today or visit chilisguam.com for delivery and to-go options. Chili's, 3 for me for just $15. Available for a limited time. Chili's, savor the moment.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they'll continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer staycation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance. Agana 475-4545, Upper Tumon at 647-5626, or in Dededo at 633-4473. Family Finance, serving the people of Guam since 1959. Yeah, all that talk about the lamb and little Reuben-y things. I wonder what time they open.
They are open on Tuesdays, yeah.
Yeah. Today's the day. 888-8255. There's the telephone number. Got to do shouts to listeners, wherever they happen to be. Facebook Live has just been cranking all morning long. Great to have Pam is there. John Ananich. That, along with your chicken Kellywood and potato salad, is heaven. Remind me, I gotta get some pictures from over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
There are some that I can publish. There's a picture of Pam Duvall who made a potato salad, and she put all the decorations on top to resemble the Point logo.
Oh, that's what that was. I didn't get to see it because they dove into it.
Well, yeah, everybody dove into it with both feet. It was amazing. And so here's the thing: is that was a big chunk of my seconds and thirds. I kept going back up and getting some more verkeligwin and the potato salad. So good.
Do you have that group picture? Because I'd like to have one of those.
I will be happy to get you.
Right.
Now we've got two kinds of group pictures. We've got the ones with Joe and Giovanni, and ones without Joe and Giovanni.
Okay.
Yeah. So which one did you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I understand. Lady D is online. She mentally tunes out whenever I have Simon Sanchez online. What else do we got? Too bad you don't serve. Sandra Regis is on. Mark Voigtland, whispering voice when I was talking with Cousin Troy. I see red Jeeps everywhere.
Wow.
Great red Jeep incident. And tomorrow will be, what, a month? Is it?
Yeah.
I gotta look it up. I forget what the date was. When did we open up Pecor 3 and go let the bars open? It was a Wednesday.
3 weeks ago. I think it was 3 weeks ago.
It might be. We might already be in the fourth week.
But I remember you talking about it the first time it came out, and I was like, it's got to be a somebody. that was driving.
Yes. I remember,
Look at all the
that
dancing.
conversation. Because they won't tell us who it is. They won't tell us who it is. They just seem to be walking around the issue and all this, and the cops coming out saying this, that, and the other, and still not getting to it. All right, 9:47. Let me just take a quick look at some of the other media that I've been ignoring all morning long. Guam's vaccination eligibility expanded residents 16 years and older. Been there, done that, talked about that in the circular file. Driver found with drugs, didn't have a license either. This is no longer news. I know. You got to get a half-hour newscast to fill, and so hey, magistrate report, and KUAM says Rolando Jackson was arrested and charged with possession of a Schedule II controlled substance and operating a motor vehicle without a valid operator's license. Oh my God, that's it. Another 20 years in a slammer for that, right? According to court documents, police officers pulled Jackson over about midnight. He consented to a search of the vehicle and did not have a driver's license. During the search, officers found 2 small bags containing suspected methamphetamine. This story comes out every day in the magistrate reports. Every day, somebody is getting pulled over for something. The cops know what they're looking for. And the problem is with these meth heads is they think cops are stupid. Cops are not stupid. They know that your car is rolling probable cause. And they can tell by looking at you and the car that there is something in there is up to no good. And they'll pull you over and you will consent to the search because you think you've hit it pretty good. They're never going to find it in the bag that's on the passenger side. They'll never look there. That, oh my God. Smell that? Cat pee. Cat pee, sure sign, man. You guys need to shower more. More restrictions may be eased. This Gary Partito writing the story. Governor Lulian Guerrero today marks day 29 in PCOR 3. Most all businesses have been operational with moderate restrictions. Today we have only one COVID-19 in our hospital, and today our COVID area risk score remained at a low of 0.1. You know what the governor could have said then? I would have taken off my mask and gone, PCOR 4, baby.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Just do one
just
of those
like
things.
That?
Yeah, just take the mask off.
Like that, Ray.
PCOR 4, it's legacy time. Mike Cruz, take that mask off.
Yeah.
On the Zoom, Felix Cabrera, take that mask off. We're PCOR 4. Huh? As in 4 more years. That's the way I would have done it. It's exactly the words that would have come out of my mouth.
Wow.
Right? Because there's a story in one of the newspapers. They're continuing to try to deconstruct this nonsense with the Republican minority. And even though Senator Chris Dueñas says he's not running for any higher political office, there are others that are. And you will begin to hear announcements and pronouncements from them soon. And I'm looking at the calendar going, yeah, it's March, soon to be April. And you guys, and if you're running for public office, I don't care, Frank Blas or Jimmy or Tony or whoever, okay? If you're running for the governor's office now, okay, for the last 365 years, you could be as insanely critical of Governor Lulian Guerrero, Josh Tenorio, public health, everybody. You could be insanely critical of them and everything that they've done, right? Because those were the hard times. Those were thumb down times. That was the one. Those were those kinds of times. But now, restrictions are getting lifted. People are breathing freer air. 75% in the restaurants. And we can still eat outside on the nice nights. That's not so bad. Guy could get used to that. I, wish there was more parking. Wish there was some more of that kind of thing. But you get there early, and you might be able to find a good spot. Unlike Jimmy D's, and it's good for revenue too. Like I said, Jimmy D's. Have you been by? You've been by Jimmy D's recently, right? Yeah, you see everybody trying to find parking there.
There was no parking.
If you go there at about 6 o'clock at night, you know what else you see?
SOL?
No, all of the cars have tickets on them.
Oh,
because none of them are parked right.
Wow.
Anyway, so that's somebody else's problem, right? So, but here's the thing: is between here and Liberation Day, Lulian Guerrero, candidate Lulian Guerrero and Josh Tenorio get earned media. Every single day, there is going to be something that they can do that is going to earn them media, and it will all be positive. Day after tomorrow, what are they doing at the airport?
I don't know what they're doing there.
Governor Gutierrez was on the phone with me.
Oh, that's right. They're having the presentation and all that.
Yeah, it's going to be the touchless customs forms.
Yeah.
Do you think that they're going to make a big deal about that?
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, slow motion video, maybe some dramatic music playing in the background.
Some indoor drone shots.
Yeah. Pretty girls, maybe some what do you call it? The cultural dancers out there doing their thing with the stick dance. The stick dance.
Oh yeah.
Signa. They're going to do all of that stuff, and it's going to come down and go. Well, I guess that's happening. We're reopening the island of Guam, and we're going to one less hassle for our visitors to come to Guam. Who's going to take credit for that?
The governor. Think she's going to walk in with the National Guard behind her? Maybe.
And cookies.
And cookies.
And cookies. 9:52. I'm just telling you guys, if you're gonna do something, get around to doing it. Stop wasting your time. Stop screwing around. And because otherwise, like I said, all of the earned media is going to be going off in her direction. And the thing with the 27 pages, very, very interesting from a political point of view. Very, very interesting from a journalistic and talk radio point of view. Do you think anybody else cares? Nope. No, they don't. Not even a little bit. Not even. The only ones that care are the competitors of some of those guys on the list. But it's possible that they are also on the list, maybe just not in that product category. There's $660-some million that are going to be coming to Guam in COVID-19 relief. And there's not going to be somebody from the federal government that's going to be watching how Guam spent our $661 million. We're too small. They don't care. It's underneath the radar. Don't worry about it. BJ Cruz might have a couple of things to say about it. But that's going to be it. I don't even think the Attorney General's office is going to be looking around for anything like that. So it's just a question now of getting all of that stuff done and watching how it is spent. Maybe they'll put a few dollars in public safety. Maybe they'll put a few dollars in the hospital. Ding, ding, ding. Another earned media. Another presentation. More dramatic music. Frontliners get a new home. Yeah, I can hear it now. 9:50, but you're gonna have to fix the road, Gov. If you're gonna be doing a hospital out in the back road where the football field is, you got to do something about that road because it's a piece of crap most of the time. That intersection, hands down, probably the worst intersection on Guam. 10 and 15. Don't go with your driver. You go by yourself. Don't let anybody drive you around. You just go in your car, still got one, and just go drive that area. And number one, the potholes in there. Insane. And so there's lots of different ways into and out of that area. But once you get onto Route 15, from there back to Ladera, further back than that where the field is going to be, you're going to go, wow, this is an ugly road. It gets nice right in front of GPA and GWA.
Yeah.
And then it gets ugly again.
It fattens up a little bit, too, by GPA.
This is the local. we got a nice road here for Gov Guami stuff, but, if it's on the way to Anderson Air Force Base, eat our potholes. Eat our potholes, General. 9:55. Do I need to take a break, or can I just keep going? Well, just tell me.
No, you could keep going.
I can keep going?
You could kill the next 4.5 minutes.
I totally kill the next 4.5 minutes. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Let me look. Hold on a second. I've got some heavy lift reading that I got to do before the day is over, and among them is a story that Dr. Tom Poole found for me in The Economist. A Taiwan crisis may mark the end of the American empire. In the last century, there was a Japanese crisis that marked the end of the American empire in the Pacific and in Asia. Hell of a fight to get it back. Totally different times, totally different technology, totally different weaponry. So that's going to make an interesting article at a couple of different levels. You got a couple of other things that are happening. This maybe some relationship advice. Be afraid.
I'm sorry, man.
Be very afraid. No, every once in a while I get stuff like this. What married women want more of? There's a list.
It's long. Is it long?
You have like 4 minutes left in the program. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Breaking into what married women want. Why you should start with this. Why are you not starting with this? Maybe I will. I'll tell you what we've got. Hey, Ray, how many write-in votes did you get, or did you forget to check yesterday? I did forget to check, but Dennis was not Dennis, Dennis, the other one. He took a look at it, Dennis Fupa, and said that I got like 43, 45 write-ins.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's apparently number one.
That's pretty big, man.
Yeah, it is. That's it, man. I'm going to run again. What married women want more of? Okay, tell you what. I will save this for tomorrow. Because no point talking about this because it's just real Joe and I, a couple of losers at love. Huh? Two-time loser here? How many times for you? You lost count, right?
Too many.
Too many. So we'll talk about this when Mana's in the studio. Maybe as we get married women on the phone, we can ask them if any of this crap is real. But you're going to go, well, you got to leave me with something, Gibson. You have to leave me with something. Okay. Smell your way to weighing less. There's a funny meme around there where the guy, he'll pick up like a cheeseburger and then smell it and then eat like something that's not like calories, like a lot of calories.
Like broccoli.
Like broccoli, yeah, like vegetables, right?
Aromatherapy?
Exactly. In a study of over 3,000 people, there might be something to this. Those who sniffed banana, green apple, or chocolate scents when they felt hungry lost significantly in 6 months. Sniff those foods often and sniff your meals before you eat. Your brain will think you're eating more, but you'll actually be eating less. How much of overeating comes from a couple of things, you know, as you're just shoveling food in your mouth, or there is this whole guilt thing that says, well, I was told by my parents when I was growing up to eat every stitch of food on the plate, and so you're going blah, 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 like that. Truth of the matter is, you are usually full, you are usually sated and satisfied a lot earlier in the process, and they say this is another way to get to that herd immunity for your stomach a little bit faster. Smell the food, smell bananas, smell apples, and it will trick your brain into thinking that you've already eaten a full plate of spaghetti. And when I'm saying full plate of spaghetti, I mean the kind that Cass put on her Facebook page yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. I almost made it last night.
Was it a mountain?
Oh, big bed of spaghetti. You know what it looked like? The Wendy's spaghetti. Oh. Frankly, it's what it looked like, and that's a good spaghetti. You know, considering it's not fine dining, it's not sit down, that's actually not so bad. All right, listen, I can hear music playing in the background, so I'm going to prepare to stop talking. I know, that's tough. That's a tough one. That's a tough call, Gib. And prepare you for what we've got coming up a little bit later on. Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky about 4 o'clock this afternoon. A real quick apology for the audio quality on Free Talk Live last night. They are in between satellite providers and program distributors, and I think that there's one of them that they haven't got down just yet. My understanding is they're going to be working on that, and we should have some decent audio for you on that. Great audio with Bob Klitsky at 4 o'clock this afternoon. For Real Joe Cruz, Silva Tyron, and Jerry Roberts. This is Ray Gibson wishing you a fantastic rest of the Tuesday. Tomorrow is trash day, and maybe we'll talk about taking out the trash on the program, figuratively and literally, tomorrow. It's 10. Here's Fox News Live.
Fox News Alert, the SWAT team on scene. I'm Lisa Lacera. Reports of multiple injuries after a gunman opened fire at a King Soopers supermarket in Boulder, Colorado. This man says he and a group of others were able to escape through a back exit.
We all just rushed and jumped about 5 feet down from the loading dock and just ran for our lives.
Police continue to describe the scene as active. The FBI is assisting in the investigation. A leaked report shows migrant children are being held at Border Patrol stations longer than legally allowed.
Democratic Congressman Henry Cuellar has released photos of overcrowded conditions at a CBP facility in Donna, Texas. Republican Governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, is worried about coronavirus spread, telling Fox and Friends.
Now the Biden administration is importing COVID into the state of Texas, exposing more Texans to that.
More than 800 unaccompanied minors have spent more than 10 days in the custody of Customs and Border Patrol, according to documents obtained by Axios. Current law requires children to be processed within 72 hours. Rachel Sutherland, Fox News.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki says children who have tested positive for COVID are being quarantined.
One of the reasons that it took us some time to have some of these facilities or some of the shelters open to larger groups of kids is because we wanted to follow those CDC guidelines.
The White House says Ambassador Roberta Jacobson, the coordinator for the southwest border, will meet with Mexican officials to develop an effective and humane plan of action to manage migration. A 14th juror has been seated in the trial of the former Minneapolis police police officer charged in the death of George Floyd. The judge says one more juror will be selected in the trial of Derek Chauvin before opening statements next week. Chauvin faces murder and manslaughter charges. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, it's Kennedy Saves the World.
There should be a proliferation of voices. There are proliferation of voices within the libertarian movement. There are libertarians who have strong disagreements with each other. You know what they do? They have little symposiums and they argue about it. They don't go firebombing each other's houses. And John Brennan, I don't trust you. I don't need to hear from you, but I will take down your arguments one at a time.
Kennedy Saves the World. Subscribe and listen